Good evening. Welcome to Nana's Cooking Craft Corner. I hope everyone's having a great night. I'm hanging in there, just looking around and getting some craft ideas because I'd like to start crafting, but next month, when it starts to get slow, August, September, yes. I hope you come and join us. Tell me what's going on with you guys. And I'm right here. Hey, 9:57 here, and Miss Cheeky Nana came on live. Yeah, I'm on for a while. I've been enjoying my live streams, the StreamYard, so I'm just using all the hours up until the end of the month, which is what? Tonight and tomorrow night. So if I got hours tomorrow night, I'm using it up. Having fun using StreamYards up for a while until I get in the crafting mood, I say, David. So how are you doing?
Name is Sasha
Whoa,
Richards,
whoa, 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 whoa,
and I'm
whoa, whoa,
obsessed
whoa, whoa,
with varicose.
whoa. There we go. The sound I'm not supposed to hear. You and me, David? Did you leave the building? David, how are you feeling? Hey, Tim, how's it going? How's it going? I was trying to read why Susan hasn't been here. I haven't checked on my messages here. You're crazy. I'm crazy? Thank you. What a thing to say. I'm crazy. Crazy. I'm going crazy. Mm-hmm. You're good? That's great to hear. Just come on for a little while and let's put the quiet out there. Pretty quiet. So what have you been up to, Tim? I know David wasn't feeling good, but I'm wondering what Tim, what you've been up to. Good. It went by pretty fast, but yeah. I, believe it or not, did gardening, cut the grass. I cut the grass. I don't always cut the grass, but I couldn't take it. It's going to rain again, and the grass is getting too long, so I cut the grass in the backyard. So the backyard looks kind of clean and neat because I cut the grass. That's what I'm going to say. I couped le grass. I went to the doctors. Are you okay? Are you okay, I hope? Yeah? Oh, that's good. Yeah, on and off a lot, mate. Yeah, David has been pretty sick, apparently, what he's saying. I hope he feels better soon. Yep. Hope you feel better soon, buddy. I might be on a little earlier. I thought 8 o'clock was a good time to come on, but I'm not sure now. Interesting. You're here. I know you are. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. You're a lurker. I know sometimes you disappear and then you come back and lurk. Wish I could show some pictures I'm watching here. Is it hot? Let me see what my temperature is today. I feel like it was cooler today, but it still was hot. So let's see. Forecast. Okay. Let's see. There we go. We got it. It says the forecast was 80 degrees. Let's see. And it looks like it's going to rain outside, but it's 80 degrees today. It was 64 to 80 degrees. It was hotter than 64. And it's supposed to be 82 tomorrow. Oh, it's dropping. The temperature's dropping. Wow. 81, 77, 76, 73, 76, 78. So we're going in the 70s and with the rain. But this forecast was terrible. One week I read it, it was supposed to rain all week and it never rained, not once. So I don't know if I trust the forecast. Every time I read it, I don't think it's correct. Still over 80 and it is dark. Nope, it's not dark for us. Yeah. Praying for David's not going to hurt him. That's a good thing. Tim, you're a good man and we can all pray for good things. Absolutely. So yeah, it says the forecast is supposed to be, it was 80 today, 82 tomorrow. And then I knew it was cooler because it was like in the 90s. It was terrible. I wonder, what do you think of this? My mother says that the last 2 weeks of the last 2 weeks of July for us is the hottest week. So now we should be going downhill. And she's actually right so far. It's going to 80s and going to 70s. And we were going up as far as 90s to 100. And then July was the hottest 2 weeks. And now it's starting to go down a bit. So I wonder if she's right. Did you ever notice that depending on where you live, the hottest 2 weeks for us is the last 2 weeks of July? And I'm just looking, like I said, the forecast. It looks like it's going down. mean, not down, but down to give us a break, 76, 78. My weather, this was in the 70s is what I consider what I like. So it's hot enough for the garden, but it's not too hot for me. So it's going to be perfect. Maybe the garden won't like it as much, but and there's a lot of rain. That's the bad part. Looks like it's raining 3 days in a row. Yeah, let's see. But I can't tell. It's saying it's not raining today, and it looks like it's going to rain. So who knows? It says precipitation is 10%, humidity 62%, wind is 9 miles per hour. It was a low of 64 to a high of 80. So let me see what you guys see. Trying to go open up another thing. Let me see. Am I showing my live stream? No, that's interesting. It's not sharing me out. Interesting. All right, there I am. It's very hot where you are, Nana. Not always. It gets hot, but it's not always that hot. This has been a weird year, I think, for most of us. I find this weather's been really hot, but I never really noticed July being extremely hot, but maybe it was. I just didn't pay attention. But I find it really, the humidity has always been bad. We always have high humidity. So the temperature when it's like 80 feels like 100. That's how high it is with humidity. That's why my plants gets all that fungus on that because it's so high. Some of the plants like it, and then some of it gets a fungus from the too high of humidity. That's what I'm going to say. So you guys got any plans for tomorrow, or you know what the weather's going to be like for tomorrow? Just looking at some other stuff on here. Should check my mail out because I'm not doing too much right now. Thank you. Looks like I see 5 and 5. Sunny day where I am now. Yeah, and for us, there's still light, but it is 8:07, so it's starting to get dark. By 9 o'clock, it should be really on the darker level. But there's still like you can go out and walk around. You wouldn't need a light. You can see everything right now. Still light enough. So you're lucky you have it nice and sunny. Got any plans for tomorrow, David or Tim? Like I said, I think some of my friends want to come and join me, but they're not quite here yet. So I'll put the links out later if anybody wants to come. Been dark. Oh, hey, MT. How's it going? You're up late. Yeah, in the summer for us, it gets trust me, in the wintertime, it starts to go dark at 6 o'clock. In the summertime, we can stay up till 9 o'clock at least. 9 o'clock, it's still light till 9 at night. That's just the way it is for us. We're on the other side of the world from you there, David, and that's what it is for us. We get up to 9 o'clock at night, we get light, and then come the fall, it goes the opposite way. By 6 o'clock in October, it's pitch dark. By Halloween and all that, it's really dark at 6 o'clock. But winter, so you start your darkness schools earlier, but wintertime, 4:30 to 5 p.m. to get dark here in Australia. Yeah, ours is 6. Hello, David Waddle. Hello, welcome. How are you? And did you just come across my live stream? Thank you all for the thumbs up. It says 6 watching, 7 thumbs up. David Waddle, do I know you? Have you been here before? You probably have, right? It's been a while. I mean, your name seems familiar, but it's been a while since I saw you. So I am not doing a crafting thing or cooking thing. I am just doing a chatting thing tonight. And how are you doing, David? Everything good with you? What's the dinner? Didn't I show you? I showed you earlier. I already made dinner, and it should have been hotter though. I won't do it on the barbecue again. It didn't heat up enough. I took patty pan squash, split them in half, and then I kind of haven't been in it live, but I found you. I think it was through Jeff and John. Oh, probably. Jeff and John I've known for a long time. Yeah, I've known Jeff and John for probably a couple of years at least. Yeah, long time. I was just talking with some friends. Oh, that's cool. So anyways, the dinner was patty pan squash split in half. And then I kind of emptied the center of it out. And I stuffed it with bacon and hamburgers with spices. And I put hot sauce. I just made this with rice. I made this insert and then stuffed the patty pan and then put them on the barbecue in a cast iron pan. And then after they got hot enough, they weren't hot. They should have been cooked longer. And it was after I did that, then I kind of did shredded cheese on it and chives. Everybody liked it. The only thing that it should have been cooked a little longer. The patty pan was still a little bit. I mean, you can eat raw patty pan; it's fine. But it should have been, to me, when it's hot, it should have been softer. Otherwise, it was pretty good. Yeah, that's right. Well, yeah, I was showing a picture of it, and it was like what gave me the idea. I made up my own idea. Like I made up my own recipe, but I just got the idea of having it stuffed. Next time I'm going to do the patty pan, I'm going to kind of do the same thing, split them in half, empty them out. I'm going to lay them in a sauce. They're going to be a sauce on the bottom of them. And then I'll stuff them and do the same process, but only add a tomato sauce with it. And I think that's going to be really good. So it wasn't bad. I just wish the barbecue would have heated up a little hotter. It would have been better. But it didn't. It wasn't hot enough. And I had put it on for at least an hour on the barbecue, but it didn't heat up like a stove. Normally I have luck within an hour, my supper's ready, but this didn't cook that fast. Might do it in a frying pan next time or something, a little bit different. Like do a little bit of oil, put it in the frying pan, put the lid on it so it kind of steams it a bit. But otherwise, it was pretty good. It tasted good. I disappeared. I hit the wrong button. I went out for a second out of the door, and then I came back. No, I'm here. I kicked myself out. I was doing something. I was looking around online at some stuff and found I did kick myself out. Good way. Excuse me. There she is, Miss America. Yeah, I took off for a second. I closed it off and came back. Did you get the pictures? No, let me see if let me check my mail and see what's in there. All right, let's go see. Nope, that's not what I want. Let's see if I got pictures of what you're talking about. Tomorrow I'm going to do something on a gourd and that. I see there has been a bit of talk about when it gets dark. I'm in Scotland, and at the moment it gets dark about 10:30, but gets light at 4:30. Oh, you get till 10:30 at night, do you? It's dark in the summertime. We're talking about in the wintertime too, David. In the wintertime, it starts to get dark at 6 o'clock, 6 p.m. And welcome from Scotland. I love the UK. Let's see. Let me check my mail right now and see if I got the stuff from you. Thanks for signing up. No, that's not it. Oh, there you go. Water system. Yes, let's see the pictures here. This is a gravity flow design. All right, so you got me 3 pictures. Let's see. I'm not going to do it now. I'm going to save them. So when we go do this another day, I'll show everybody what you sent me. Oh, that's ABS piping. Let's see what this one looks like. It's confusing a little to me. I don't know what's that plugging into. You have ABS piping going through all of them, but what is the main thing that it's going into? Let's see. Open this up and see it all. Let's see. Like I said, I'm confused at some of the stuff. It looks cool though. It's not to say it's not a cool design, but it looks like you are putting ABS piping through all the garden beds, and then it has a particular thing you have right there. I don't know the 2 containers, what they are, but it'll be interesting to talk about. And you're explaining it all here. So I'm going to actually save this. And when I go do it, I'm going to have it right here. So don't worry. I'm going to keep this for sure empty, and we'll talk about it later. It's cool. Looks actually very professional the way you got it here. Yeah. Let's see. Definitely. Uh-oh. Did you hear me at all, MT? Are you still there? I don't know. It looks like I lost some people here along the way because it had 6 and 4. And, well, you know how it is. In the winter, it gets light around 10 a.m. and gets dark about 3:30. You got it early. Oh, it gets dark at 3:30 in the wintertime. Wow. Okay, I see these are cool. I'll have to talk about it later. I definitely will bring that up for you for sure, MT. I hope you're there when we do it. It sounds like it'd be really good. I think it's going to be great, actually. So I'm definitely keeping it. Yep, I got it all set for you. Oh my God! Wow, what's that? Oh, you're talking about for being 3:30 being dark? Is that what we're talking about? Wow, for? Yeah, it is early, eh? Very early. Hi, Sheila. Hey, Sheila, you want to come and chat with us? You haven't done that for a long time. I know you're pretty quiet, but it's too bad you kind of get used to it. Do you? Hi, Jillian. Hi, doll. Hey, Sheila. How's it going? How are you doing tonight? Did you work today, Sheila? Tim just sent me. I don't know where. Tim, are you out there? Just got a message from you. What is? I told C's planted them in a 3-pound coffee can. I seem to be growing fine. Oh, cool. Let me see. Showing me his flowers in a tin can. Let's see. Oh, nice. I don't know if you're there, Tim. That's cool. He planted seeds in a 3-pound coffee can. I just got the message now from him. Well, that's cool. You worked today too, Jillian? I hope you guys, when you're out there, you're safe, guys, because sending blessings and love and light and everything else to you to have a safe work atmosphere with all this crap going on. Hopefully you guys are going to be good. Thanks, Tim. So I see it. I'll have to save that. I'll save that picture to show it up. I got you and empty marked. I don't want to lose my spots here, so I'll save them for tomorrow or whatever. What I plan on doing. And thank you, Tim, for saying please hit the like button. Fernanda, that is spectacular. Says I got 10 watching, 9 thumbs up. Thank you so much. I don't know who's going to join me tonight, but so far, I don't know, Sheila, if you want to come up here, you can come up here. Anybody's welcome when I do these StreamYards. Like, as long as you're not a troll and you want to come up and chat, I'm good. You get to meet me a little bit better. I don't have my camera on right now, but maybe one day I'll shove my camera on. So thanks. Got 10 people listening to me. Thank you so much. I got all my mail done. Yeah, looking good. I want to find out about sending some love and light and blessings to Susan, because I'm not sure what's going on. Oh. Oh, I see. Okay, cool. All right, now I'm all caught up. Just want to know what was going on with Susan and everything. Hey, you're so would you knock it off? Stop that. Yeah, the animation program I used to make it was nice. Would have been nice years ago to have wallet. So is it you? We're going to talk about that when I do it. Definitely. I did my 4th job today since we were locked down. It's been hard, but hopefully getting better. Get a job tomorrow too, which is good. Good. David, just be safe, but I'm glad you have a job. Here's the link if you want to come up there, Mr. Mike, now that you're here. I know that Rachel said she might join us. If she said she'd do the same. She knew I was coming back. I might come tomorrow night too. I'm just using up all my StreamYard time before it expires at the end of the month. So I'm up here for a little bit. There's the link, guys, if you want to come up and join me. So interesting, yeah. Definitely we'll talk about that later. Tomorrow I'm going to be talking about gourds and stuff like that. I took some pictures, and so I'll show you how big it is. Do, 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 do. Oh, there you are. Okay. Thanks. I like the company. All right.
Howdy.
Hey, how you doing anyways? You feeling okay?
Tension in the jaws is the only thing I really feel, I guess.
So what about compared to yesterday? Or you were at like a 5 until you started joking. Then you went up, I think you said a 4 or 5, then you went up to 6 and 7 because you were having fun. What about today? You get some rest?
I mowed the lawn with the rider, just a little bit of the lawn. I didn't mow the whole thing. I was only mowing the weeds, so. And otherwise, Dad tortured us. He made me and Roy go over to his house and have strawberry shortcake.
Oh, wow. What a torture to have strawberry shortcake. That's
I
terrible. How dare your dad?
know it. That's what I told him. I says, you should have ate all this.
Hey, I want to try something, Mike. I didn't realize I had this in the RV when we got rid of it and we cleaned it all out. We don't no longer own the RV anyways, but the point to that is I have this headset that's a USB headset. I don't remember having it, but I'm going to plug it in. I want to see if it works and you can actually hear me on this. A headset. Let's see. I'll put it in. Can you hear me?
Yeah, so far.
I don't have this headset on, so it's not coming in through the headset. It could be. Let's see. All right. Testing.
Yeah, now that I don't mind, but it sounds tinny. I lost you. Oh, I don't know if you're talking or not, but it's not doing anything.
Can you hear me now?
There we go. I hear a humming in the background.
I don't know if this is the headset or not. It's weird. I can hear you, but I don't know if it's coming through the headset or just through my computer, and I'm looking goofy having a headset on. I can't tell. Wait, I gotta.
Well, there's a mic on that headset by the sounds of it.
It's actually working. I put it off. Let me see. You talk to me, and I can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
Yep. Oh, it's working. Cool. But it sounds bad?
It sounds hi-fi compared to stereo, as I guess the best way I can describe it.
So it's better for me to not use it?
Oh, it's kinky.
What? I need to know because remember you kept bugging me about, remember? You need to get a headset. Do you remember me saying that? It's less echo. You need a headset. So I finally got a headset. And what are you telling me? Well, I think you better go back to the old way.
I'll put it this way. You sound like you're talking through a radio compared to live without the headset.
Well, I don't really need the headset, but I just want to know if it works. So I know it works. It might not sound as clear, but let's say I'm the one if I kind of start talking lower and I need for the whole sound to be quiet, this is a perfect system, right?
Yeah, I'd say that, yes.
It makes me laugh, Mike. You did go and lectured me on getting a headset. Now I get a headset. You don't like the headsets. Just saying. That's what you did to me. And it was, I just thought, but anyways, I'm going to take it off. But I'm glad to see. And if I hit the button.
Okay, we're going to have to wait a minute or something because you died.
No, now you can hear me. You hit the button. I guess that's how you can't hear me. Like if I'm talking and I want to put it on, get the mic off and go, I want to scream at somebody. Watch. Ah!
Yep, I had the same thing.
I went off. You could hear the screaming, and then I went off, and I was still screaming.
Trust me, it scared me. It scared me. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Oh, we lost her. I guess I have to take control of the show.
Oh, wait a minute. What's going on?
Oh, there you are.
Yeah, no, what happened was, did you hear me? I was screaming to see if you could hear me, and then I shut it off. It doesn't sound too bad. Okay, David says doesn't sound too bad. Mike's very picky though. He gives me a lecture on things, but I like it. Now I got a headset I'm going to keep with my computer, and if I have to be more quieter, I can just use the headset. That's what I was thinking.
Hello, Kathleen. Glad to see you stop by.
Hi, Kathleen. Yes, glad to see you stop by for sure. David, you laughing out there? He did. He bugged me about getting one, and then I went, "Oh, Mike's going to be so excited! I got a headset."
Yeah,
Well, it's so much better without it.
Well, I'd have to see that headset, but I bet you it's one of them, let's call it cheap ones. I'm not complaining about the cheapness. I'm just saying.
I don't think so. It looks it's called the Logi.
Logic.
No, it's got Logi. There's no C on it.
Oh.
Logi. I don't even remember buying it. I almost feel like this was my daughter's, but maybe it was. Maybe it was my set. I just don't remember it at all. So just saying. Here it is. If I'm desperate and I got to be more quieter, I'll just when it's late at night,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't want the sound. They'll only hear my voice, and I can talk lower. I don't know if there's a volume control on that though. I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. But anyways.
Yeah, mine's got a volume control, but doesn't control what you're hearing. It controls what I'm hearing.
Okay.
So if you keep screaming at the cats, I can turn it down so I can just barely hear you.
But I probably could just, since it's going through the USB port, I probably could just adjust the mic that's on the computer anyways, right?
Right. I would think so.
Yeah. So this is good. Like if I can't sleep and I want to do a live, I will use the mic and try it that way. See if it works.
If you have people up.
Well, no, people are always up. Trust me. Maybe not a lot of people, but every time I come on late when I don't sleep, I always find somebody up. Maybe not lots, but.
No, I mean, come up on to the live, because otherwise you don't need your speakers because no one's talking.
Correct. That's true. That's true. Very true. If I don't do a StreamYard and no one's talking to me, I don't need to. Yeah, makes total sense. Correctamundo. Kathleen, how's it going? What's up with you? And we have David Wardler from Scotland that I guess he met me, he thinks, in John's channel. Carry on, Jeff and John's channel. I don't know if you're still out there. And MT sent me some interesting plans about what he did a long time ago for, what's the word for watering your plants, the system.
Right.
Yeah, so I'll have to show that on a later date. I want to talk about that but I would think do you think that would be expensive to run US or ABS piping? To me, it sounds like it would be pretty expensive though.
Well, the piping is actually cheap, but the initial cost is just getting it there and set up. Yeah, I think your joints are what's going to possibly cost you more.
But I think that's kind of big. That's big because those are like 2.5 inch. I did plumbing, and so that ABS to me seems a little too big for it. But
why do you need 2.5 inch? Is
that
to take the water off the gutters?
Well, that looks like the diagram of how big the piping is because, I mean, you could actually, no, that would be too expensive too. I'm trying to think that the main thing is 2.5 inch piping. It's not smaller. Your copper piping's small, but that's normally, that would cost a mint and you wouldn't run all that for, a watering system.
Well, being as I don't see the diagram, I can't say anything, but I do know that when I put all my drain underground and then trenched it out, I used 1.5 inch pipe because I figure it'll never fill up, as in the speed of the rain that we have, the speed of it going through the pipe. But I had to put in a 4-inch bell for the downspout to drop into that pipe.
Oh.
So I don't know why you need, let's say, 2-inch pipe when you could probably get by with a 1/2 inch. I'm guessing you're doing a drip system. That's what it looks like.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'll show you on a later date. It's not my system. I was looking at it. Yeah, what do we
Right.
got? That image was made in 3D animation software. Oh, okay. I use cheap water pipe and fish tank line.
Right.
Okay, that's what he's trying to say, how it was built. Well, I don't know. I just want something that I could have and I don't have to lug everything around one system that hooks up. And even if I have to hook it up underground to a water hose, I would be happy. But I don't know if that would work. That would have to be a lot of pressure, wouldn't it? Trying to push the water out to all the area. That's what I'm thinking.
Well, it's not like you get that whole end open. You just have smaller pipe, in which you probably want to put a regulator on it, such as one for a RV, so it doesn't get too high. So because a drip system, you don't want to be squirting over your neighbors or knock the rabbits out of their nest or anything else. You just want it to ooze out per se.
Yeah. I want to show a picture of, speaking of, I think it's bunnies. My tomatoes were doing really good. And then I go to, this is what happened last time with the strawberries. It was the chipmunks. This time I go to take tomatoes and they freaking got one big bite on almost all the lower tomatoes. Like they didn't even eat the whole tomato. They just took a bite. And the bite is fairly big. So I'm pretty sure it's not a chipmunk. So I should take pictures of this and show it and go, okay, what do you think that is? Because this is what they did in my tomatoes. I was kind of like, I want to wring their neck at the same time. But then I thought, well, I might as well like ripen them and then keep the seeds. That was the only thing I could think of instead of just throwing all the tomatoes away.
Right. And I don't know for a varmint biting your tomatoes if it'd work or not, but they've said to take your shiny red Christmas bulbs and hang them around on your tomato plants to keep the birds away, because they'll come peck on the shiny glass bulb and they decide, well, it's no food around here, it's just color, so they won't come around anymore.
Yeah, but I know that because it was funny because tomatoes, I never had an issue with it. I never had anything eating it like that. Like seriously. And the only thing I think of, it's got to be a bunny. Because if you've seen, I'm going to take pictures and show, and then you guys can tell me what you think it is. Because I don't know what critter it was, but it pisses me off. If you're going to eat the freaking tomato, eat the whole darn thing, not take one little bite and wreck the whole tomato. Jeez.
I'll tell you the truth, I could be wrong, but I'd almost be surprised a rabbit would bite a tomato, because they're more into greens and stuff, so I don't know.
Yeah, no, I don't. What eats tomatoes? Like it was like shocking because I never had anything eat a tomato before. So I don't know. Hey, Christian, you can come up if you want and talk to Mike. I know you get all the giggles. Mike's here. Mike, what does she say, Christian? I got to say that to you. What does you always say? Mike, shut up, Mike.
Mike.
Is it shut up or something like that, right? She goes, Mike.
I don't know. She said several things.
Yeah. We loved it's. She's funny. She's fun when she comes up too. If you want to come, Christian,
there it is.
you're welcome.
Mike, shut up.
No, she goes, Mike, like she does that long Mike. It's really strong. And then is it shut up?
Well, she put shut up on there.
Did she? Oh, I'm on my phone. Oh, you can't come up when you're on your phone. There's something weird about your phone, right? You have issues. That's fine. You can't come up, but you're welcome. I just want you to know you're always welcome to come up, Christian. Not a problem. Because you left us really quick yesterday. You were living up to your Pop Rock's name. You were up here talking, and the next thing I had 6 people up, and then you kind of disappeared yesterday. Yeah, okay, go ahead. If you want to come up and talk to me.
Hello, Passion.
Oh, Passion's there. Hi, Passion. It's always slow in my chat. I don't see. Hey, Passion.
Yeah, she says, hey, all.
What do we got here? Okay. I think I had another channel open up, like to see if everybody. Yeah, I got it twice. So technically, I have 5 people here. If I shut it down, let me see. Shut it down. Let's see. Yeah, did it go down to 5? It should go down to 5 because I opened up another channel. Plus.
So what did you find, Passion? She looked up possible pests that'll eat your tomatoes.
Okay, I heard about something eating your tomatoes, so I looked up possible pets. I don't know. I only could came up with a rabbit. It could be anything though, but it takes a bite, and I'm gonna take pictures of it because like the bites, so then you can see the size of the mouth that it's on there, and it like takes one bite to tomato and goes to another one, and they're really green. So I don't know.
So it doesn't look like a slug ate part of it and then moved on.
No, it's teeth marks. Trust me. Like it's a bite mark. It's that obvious. The only thing that I also noticed, I've never grew these tomatoes before. They're growing nice, but they do have a lot of seeds in them. Now that I see that when I took a bite of it, I can see there's a lot of seeds.
Yeah, deer love tomato plants.
Well,
That's why
could be a
my
deer.
brother covered. Well, they eat the tomatoes. Yeah,
Green
because
though?
I don't think they really care. My brother's got to fence off all of his tomatoes and certain parts of the garden because the deer just come in and wipe it out.
Well, because I have never ever had like I never had anybody touch my tomatoes back there. This is the first year, and I have had deer all along, so I never had anything like that come out and take a nice chunk out of it. I mean, they're not
Well, usually they take the whole thing, so I'm surprised.
no, they just take a bite, leave it hanging with a bite. So I don't know what it was. Squirrels too. I never seen squirrels eat tomatoes. I don't know. I like them to take a bite of the hanging gourd. They won't have any teeth left, and I like to see them dangle. But I had to pull two of them out, so technically I only have five. I had seven, but the two, when I don't know what happened. It's almost like the other ones took all the energy to the plant, and the other two are like little. I pulled them off because I knew they were going to rot. They weren't growing because all the energy went to the other five of them. So tomorrow's when I'm going to talk about it. If I get on in the morning, I want to show up the pictures of them. So interesting. Deer, squirrel, raccoons, birds. Birds, I would know birds. Birds don't bug my tomatoes. They bug the strawberries for sure, but I put rocks in them, and that's kind of deters them a little bit. Not a lot. The strawberries more is those little pain in the ass things.
Like Passion put, the key word may be ripened tomatoes. So when you were talking green, that's why I was wondering if a slug came in and chewed on it, then moved on and started chewing on another one or something.
Yeah, deer would leave droppings behind, so it can't be a deer. I would see poop or something. I don't see anything like that. Then they would eat at the higher ones. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they would eat at the lower ones. I don't know. But this animal, that's why I said it was more of a rabbit. It would have to it sits low because none of my taller tomatoes are eaten, only the ones that sit lower to the ground. So it would be like something that can't stand up too high. We'll figure this culprit out.
I know what it is. It's
What?
sneaking into your yard because you mess with its home.
Oh no, you think the groundhog could do it?
That's what I'm kind of wondering.
Could do that. Animals like to tick me off.
Yeah.
Trust me, I have 4 cats that like to do that, and sometimes the dog. Yeah, I don't know. Well, I will give pictures and everybody can take a guess, but I have never ever had my tomatoes eaten like that ever. Like all the last few years that I've been growing tomatoes back there, they were never touched by anything. So I didn't worry about it because they were not touched by anything. So I don't know. And they don't obviously they don't like touching my patty pan squash because those are looking really good. I mean, I only saw one bug on them, but because I've been pulling all the leaves and everything that attract the bugs, they're growing really well. Yeah, they're doing really well. I just had the dinner, like I told you. Well, I didn't really tell you, but I don't know if you were there earlier. I was saying that I was going to have them. I split them in half. I dug them out, and then I made a bacon hamburger hot sauce, like a whole bunch rice, a whole thing together, and then filled them with that. Fill them in, and then I put cheese and chives on top. It was pretty good, but the only thing is the barbecue didn't cook them hot enough, like steamed it enough. Mm-hmm. So I don't think I'll cook them that way because they were on for an hour. It tasted good, but it was still kind of, like when you have a carrot and you don't cook it enough,
right?
Like that al dente. That's what it reminded me of, like a little bit not cooked enough. So I guess that's not going to happen on a barbecue because it didn't cook it enough. Yeah, you can see, check to see. It could be a groundhog. I kind of did tick that one off, but I won. I won. He hasn't been back this year. I mean, he tried. I think he tried in the beginning of spring, and then I filled it all in again with rocks, and he must have gave up because he never came back again. So in the beginning of spring, yes, he was there. And I said, you're not doing this game with me again, buddy. I'm winning this year. And so he's not bugged me, but he could be after my tomatoes because of it. Yeah, probably. Be funny. Funny if groundhogs eat tomatoes. But it's weird that it's green. It's not even red. You know, like red is funny. It's been fun catching you. Have to go and finish editing for these pictures and get them to the oh, there we go. We're pushing up here. It's been fun catching you. Have to go finish editing pictures, get them to paper for the ones that are here. Take care. You too. Bye. Thank you, David, for joining us. Thank you very much. Bye, Christian.
Yeah, go ahead and say my name, Mike.
Mike.
Mike. Yeah, it's true. Mike.
Oh, what happened was I was gonna try it on my phone, and my phone blocked my mic and my camera, so I got back on the laptop. For some reason, I can't do it on my phone right yet.
Oh, guess what? It has it in black. Groundhogs like tomatoes. Just saying. I just read it. You said apparently for the cabbage, but right here it said the groundhogs like green tomatoes, and it said all sorts of animals like ripe tomatoes almost as much as people, especially squirrels, chipmunks, groundhogs, raccoons, deer, and birds. So groundhogs is on the list of tomato eaters.
So are the tomatoes on the, we'll say, the outside of the fence?
On behind the fence where I'm growing them, yeah. I don't have tomatoes in my yard, yeah.
That's where the groundhog is.
Absolutely. Well, he was.
Yeah.
He was out, and then he probably does it. He's further up the park. Like he's further up the park, and I probably did tick him off, and it wouldn't surprise me if he said, I'm going to piss her off. She kicks me out of my home and my tunnel. I'm going to eat her tomatoes.
Well, you know, if I was a groundhog, I'd do the same thing.
Oh, that's nice of you. Thank you. Mike? I'm going to let Chris, you deal with Mike right now. I have to take off for a moment.
Well, I'm only half paying attention, Pop Rocks, because I'm cooking right now.
Okay.
So what have you been up to today?
Not much, really. Like, cutting some, whatever, bomb replace those nail stickers. I cut some of those today.
All right.
Not that much, really. Just gave brushes to my dad that I was gonna use for a project, but I decided not to, so I gave it to him so he can, what's it called? Paint the deck. When he paints the deck.
Oh, I see. So
that was nice of me, though.
He's got plans in the future of painting that deck pretty soon.
Oh yeah, the paint's coming up again on the back porch deck. Yep.
You guys doing okay over here?
Yeah, we haven't killed each other yet.
All right. So it sounded pretty quiet. Kind of nice. I can do a little bit of cleaning too. You can hear me okay? Well, what do you got to say? What What are you cooking for supper?
Oh, a mix of things I'm not supposed to eat, like broccoli and some kind of it's not a sausage, but it kind of is, has cheese in it. And after all that's cooked, I would probably throw some egg on it and choke it down. I'm sure it'll make something at the end.
Choke it down. That sounds interesting.
Well, the foxglove bush, I always keep calling that foxglove that one silvery plant that I have. It's a weed that grows real tall, full of those yellow blooms sporadically up and down the stem.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's called foxglove. But foxtail, maybe. I don't know. It's a bit passionate, just putting something in there about the keeping the critters away.
Did you? What did you put? Let's see. What you got there, Tasha? All right. Good night, Dave. All right. I'm reading that a bush called foxglove keeps a host of critters away from garden animals and bugs. Okay. Do you have that kind of plant? Foxglove? What does it look like?
Well, that's what I say. I don't know if that's what I have or not, because I've showed it on one of your lives before. But like I said, mine's a weed. I know that for a fact, but it grows all over the place.
Oh, it's pretty. This foxglove looks like what am I going? Hollyhock. Hollyhock.
Not again, like us. I'm still here.
Kristen, I need to get you riled up.
Alright, if you have the stay on ink pad, you get this stays on cleaner right here.
All right.
Or another way to do it is get the simple green, and boil the water and mix those two together, and you'll make stays on. Plain and
Okay.
simple.
Simple Green does a good job cleaning, but I've used it so much I can't stand the smell of it anymore. Hello, Drop.
Yeah, you can use that with the they say boil the water, like diluted water. You can use that with the boiled water, and you'll get basically the same product right here, but it's like cheaper than this.
Oh yeah.
I was just giving y'all a tip if y'all use stamps and stays on ink and stuff like that. That's a good tip though, right, Mike?
Yep. Originally, I thought you were talking about underarm deodorant because I'm in the next room trying to watch it.
No.
Sorry, guys, I had a baby, but it is what it is.
Did you get your cheese sandwich cooked?
My cheese sandwich. I think my cheese sandwich has upset my stomach. That's what it has done. Oh, okay.
See underneath here,
Hey,
it says the all-purpose
what is
as
that?
well.
What? Oh, stays on. Okay. Wait, let me see those stays on. Here, let me. Sorry, let me see what you're showing me. Okay, so you got stays on all-purpose stamp cleaner. Yes, that's good. I don't.
And plus, you can make the same thing with the simple green and boil the water, the diluted for the diluted water and mix those together. You'll get the same thing, really. That's in here.
Did you actually do it?
Not yet. I want to, but I'm gonna use this first.
Oh, it's toxic. Foxglove is even toxic to people if ingested. Oh, wow.
Well,
So
it's the same
yeah.
plant I got. I don't know why you'd want to eat it. It doesn't look delicious.
No, well, I'm looking at it. Did you say yours is purple or
No.
yellow? These are purple.
Oh, the flowers are yellow, but the plant's kind of a silverish green.
They look like kind of like a bell that hangs down.
Okay, that's not what I got then.
Yeah, they look like a bunch of bells that hang down, and it looks like it's in like the pink purple shades, like light pink, dark pink, and purple. And they got I guess they got a little bit of a white and off white colors too. So they do come in a different kind of colors. Um, Looks like people have them around their house. They're tall though. They remind me of. They don't look like hollyhocks, but they're like tall. Like a hollyhock goes really tall. That's what this does. Really tall.
I was gonna ask you something, right? What was it about? Oh, wait a minute. I'll be over there in a minute.
No problem.
I'm gonna ask you something anyway.
Was that for me or for Mike?
You.
Yeah. Okay. And I'm eating a banana. Bananas always help my stomach. I don't know about you guys, but when my stomach bugs me, bananas are good. Well, I might think about growing it. I tried garlic.
I'll be
Garlic's not
there in a
good.
minute.
A lot of animals don't like garlic, but in this case, it didn't stop it. It came in and took a chunk of the tomato. But it's funny. I'm growing other things and they're not touching it. Like, actually, don't touch the tomatoes on the other side. That's what's funny. They're not touching the ones on the left side. They're only touching the ones on the right side. They don't touch rhubarb, corn. Well, actually, I did see a nibble on one of the corn things I was growing.
Well, it might be because that was your prize tomato that you're trying to show off and enter the contest with, even though it's technically speaking not. And that's might be they watch your videos. Cool.
Yeah, yeah. No, they want my tomatoes, and they're pissed off at me because I won their home. I think it's the groundhog. It's too bad. I wish I had a camera system just for a joke and just film catching at night when they come out. When I have it on, I caught you. I know who it is now, and then you know what animal it is. And then I wish it had a sound system, so it scared the Jesus out of it. Oh, yeah, maybe next year. I think I'm gonna make a couple more beds next year behind the fence, and I think one's gonna be a potato bed, all potatoes, and another one is gonna be for growing all kinds of stuff too. I just want a whole bunch more. I think I'm gonna grow more food products than flowers, but I'm still gonna I did flowers.
Right.
What was I going to ask her, Mike? Oh, do you see anything in here you want?
Mike, you want any of those things in there?
No, I'm talking to you.
Me?
Yes.
Well, you want to mail me them?
I was asking because I got okay. Seriously, I got over 8,000 plus in seriously. I need to get rid of some of them.
Yeah, very nice. That's a lot of cutouts.
Like I bought them. Like some of them you gave me, so I'm gonna be using. You see anything?
Are those stickers, cutout stickers?
No, Mike.
Mike!
These are. Tell him what these are. These are die cuts, Mike. Die cuts. Die cuts.
That's how you say it. Mike.
Mike, shut up.
Mike, shut up. Yeah, almost bought 7 acres in Ozarks today. Why? You want to go there now? I've heard the Ozarks. That's supposed to be really nice, isn't it? I can't remember. Is that Minnesota? Where is that? Or Missouri? Is the Ozarks in Missouri? I forget what state the Ozarks in.
Like seriously, I got a lot.
Arkansas.
What's in Arkansas? Oh, okay.
I really feel good. Pop Rocks went from buttons to cutouts.
Yeah, I'm
It's
gonna
cuts.
let her watch
Cut out.
every single cutout and show you.
I want 10 of them, 6 of those, 5 of these.
Yep.
This is
I did ask if someone wants some. Didn't I, Mike?
Mm-hmm.
how many Mike do you want of those?
Huh?
Say hi to Mike for me.
He can hear you.
Oh.
He said, "Say hi to Mike for me." Well, he can hear. You can hear him.
I got a mouthful. Hello, trucker man. I'm all flustered. Pop Rocks has got me mixed up.
I got a lot. I mean, seriously.
What you do is just grab a handful, put it in a bag, then mail it.
Maybe you gave me an idea, Mike.
It's a Mott point by now, but son got his results. They find. Oh yeah. So what is it? What did he get? I hope negative. Like it's obviously negative because he's fine now. Or you could have been positive, and then so it's a Mott point by now. It's not the point by now, but son got his results today finally. What is the results? Did he have it 20 days later? Yeah. So did he end up having it and he was sick from it or no? So
You
that's what I
can
want
put
to
it
know.
on Mike or someone if you want to.
So to me, it's starting to sound like everybody's getting a negative result, and it ends up being a flu thing, some kind of virus thing.
Cool.
Look at that, Mike.
That's pretty. Actually,
Yep.
it's pretty, eh?
Same paper.
Notice the pattern. Same thing.
Well, I'm glad it was negative, Tashin. That's good to hear.
But yeah, I might give up with her. Like I said, I have about 8,000 plus in here. I have a lot of. What's it? That's what she gave me. Better you might bite.
Just asking, are you still here, Nana?
I am.
Okay, I just wondering if you died and we have to restart.
No. Oh, here's Drop. He's coming up. Okay, Drop. There you go.
Hello there, Drop.
How you guys doing, Mike, Nana?
All right. How are you doing?
Oh, good.
Yeah. I was just looking to see how expensive foxglove seeds were.
Well, I'm not sure, but yeah, I've just been looking around for some homesteading land. I mean, I've got an acre and a half here, but you know,
You need a place for your daughter to move to, is what you're saying?
no, I'm gonna move. I'll leave her in the place.
Okay.
I got 6 residential lots here, and 5 of them are undeveloped. You know,
Mhm.
so no, I just I was actually looking at a place right up there by the border, up here, right in the center of the state, up here in Washington State. I forget what the name of it was. It had 5-something acres and 35 grand and had a well. You can't beat that.
Right.
It had some shack on it, but it probably had to mow it down and put up a real cabin, you know, whatever. But no, I'm just looking for the simpler life nowadays, homesteading and stuff like that. I'm not into, working corporate life anymore. I haven't been for like 20 years. I checked out on engineering a long time ago. Got tired of backstabbers.
I understand that. So you said it's on the border?
Yeah, right on the border of Canada, right in the middle of the state here in
Okay.
Washington. Yeah.
So what would that be? A second part, or you're going to move there? You're not going to move there. You did all this work for where you're at. So it's a second homestead or what?
Oh no, the property around here is going pretty good. It's I can make about 30 grand on my investment here, and I got 6 residential lots. So I could actually sell one off one by one if I wanted to.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, is the other lot for you to move and start there? Is that what you want or no?
I'm just looking around for a homesteading thing because I don't plan on working that much, you know, after I hit 60. So
Well, isn't that area like homestead? It sounds like it's really big where you're at right now.
no, I'm out in the middle of the country out here, and there's about 500 people in this whole city. It's not very big. I work from home from the computer anyway, so
So that's, I forgot, that's up by, shoot, I lost it. Spokane.
yeah, I'm west of Spokane a little bit, kind of out on the basin.
Hello, Rachel.
Yeah, we were talking about that. I was talking with my husband today about where you guys were, and you're right. When you said you were bordered to Canada, now I know it's Vancouver you're near. We were talking about that today.
Yeah, I'm actually just west of Spokane, but I was thinking about moving north in the middle of the state up towards the border. And I've been looking stuff in Missouri and Arkansas and stuff like that too. You know, I want more trees and mountains and stuff around me, and something that's more, you know, more viable homestead type of deal.
Right. And you don't think the one you have now is good enough, though? It sounds like the way you talk about it sounds like it's nice.
It's a nice place. I mean, but when my wife died, I originally moved here because my parents needed some help, and my sisters live in Seattle, and I have family out here. So the best move was to actually move them from Montana to the Spokane area, so I could take care of them and stuff. But they're about ready to drop off. They're in hospice. You know what I'm saying?
Right. It's just sad.
So I also looked at this like an investment property as well as just a place to plot down. So.
Well, we were watching. There's an RV show that's like on YouTube. It's not more my husband watched it, but he was saying that because of all this virus, they can't really do travel as much safely, whatever. So they had their parents or something had this property, so they're living. I wish I remember what state it was, but it's really cool because they're not going traveling right now with their kids and everything to do homeschooling. They're building a cabin that's all self-sufficient. And it's run by, I love it, is the water, the old fashioned ways where they used to do the mill, the water mill thing, and all their power is going to come from that.
Oh yeah, definitely.
It's really
Nana.
cool how they're designing this, so that when it is safe to travel again, they'll go in the RV and travel with their kids. But until now, they can't really drive that far. It's not too safe, and so they're like I said, building a cabin. It looks kind of cool what they're doing, actually.
Well, actually, I actually did have a couple of friends that they're actually clients too. A client of mine and his wife stopped by. I cooked them Chinese dinner. Didn't call it the Wuhan thing. But, I said, the Chinese food I cooked today was probably about a 7 out of 10 from scratch. It's like, oh, well, there's good enough for me. It's like, okay.
Amen.
Yeah.
I always did the cooking. My wife, when we visited her sister, and her sister, how'd you get so big? And she says, like, he fed me too much. And I was like, I looked at her and said, I didn't force you to eat all the food that I cooked. One of her weaknesses was food. And I'm a very good cook. I was a good cook before we even got married, and she was a horrible cook. So natural selection said I cook. So.
You always want to make too much so that way there's enough. That's how I felt.
Yeah, I felt like it comes from an Italian family, Mike, because my mother used to feed the neighborhood,
Right.
Just the way we are.
Actually, my mom used to feed the kids around the neighborhood.
Mine did too, quite a bit. She was an excellent cook,
Well, we have the way I'm the same way was when my kids are growing up. And if there was a kid around, I would never feed my kids either in front of them, or if I gave them it, they all got it. Like I would never they'd have to come in the house or they got it all. Because I don't like kids, eating in front of other little kids. They don't know any better.
Yeah, the neighbor across the street. We lived in Georgia for like 20 years, and the neighbor across the street, she was kind of like a drunk. And so half the time I was feeding her kids too, but.
Well, it's sad. If you did something good, then, that's a good thing. Mike left the building. He's eating now.
Oh, anyway, yeah, I'm just looking for some different property for more homesteading purposes for like long term, and stuff. So I've been looking around the country and stuff like that. And I don't want to be on grid most of the time, so I don't want power hookup and miss products. That's what I do. And so I'm looking for a setup like that because I intend to actually, do some like commercial farming as far as, making money out of it. And I'm doing more videos for, family garden, homesteading, stuff like that. So I do intend to make a business out of it, but I want to change my pace of life from the tech field to just a simple life and, have fun.
Well, I do you have fun doing gardening or
That's my hand passion.
yeah, I see that she's saying that to you, Christian. I was gonna say drop I have fun doing it, but it's also there's a reason why you do it too. So are you doing it because it's a necessity, or are you doing it because you enjoy gardening, or both?
Yeah, I enjoy gardening. I always have. Since I was 5 years old, I was in a garden in Montana, working the family garden. You know what I'm saying? We always had to do that, and I've always liked growing things. I was the one that kept the garden, tradition going on ever since we moved to the bigger cities. I was the one that put the garden in as a kid and grew stuff and raised birds and stuff like that. So it's something I like to do, and I just like the simpler life, and I don't want to deal with the, somebody calls you on the cell phone, you got to answer right away. I don't think that's the way to be. I'd rather listen to the answer machine.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what to say on that one. I don't have a lot of people phoning anyway, so I'm quite happy. It's good. It's pretty peaceful, and that's what I like.
Yeah, but most of my clients contact me on Skype, and some call me on the phone when they're really desperate. But yeah, I have a good life. I've been working mostly 20 years for myself. So, anyways, and I just think farming's a better way to go. I think micro farms and market farming and farmers markets are going to be a way for me to be in the future that I'd like to enjoy. I like growing things. I just snapped a zucchini right off the vine today. One was outside changing the water.
It's nice, isn't it? It's
Yeah.
nice to have your. If I could do that, I don't know if I want it totally like that, but I kind of think it's cool that to have your own stuff, and then it's kind of like having a grocery store outside, only fresher. So you just go get what you want, and it's out there, and then you freeze some of the stuff that or whatever, so you don't waste any of it. You put it away. I was watching this video. I wonder how long, and maybe you like having answers for everything. Like I about potatoes. There's they were showing how to grow potatoes, and the guy grew 300 and some odd pounds of potatoes, and he said that's not enough. I want to grow a bigger amount so I could last a whole year. Well, I know you store it in a not damp, but a darker place. But I wonder how long potatoes actually you could store for. Like if you wanted to grow that many in the season and throughout the winter to get you all the way through the rest next time you grow it.
Well, my father had a ranch, and they did farming there also, and they grew about 40 acres of potatoes when he was a kid. They eventually sold the ranch and everything, but because my mother didn't want to live on a farm anymore, she came from a farm too, and so I have a big background in farming and ranching. But honestly, if you keep something underground about 7 to 10 feet, depending on where the actual thing is for the geothermal, it'll keep it around 40 to 50 degrees. So you got a natural storehouse where the plant will just not, the potatoes won't grow much. And if you look into geothermal farming, as far as greenhouses, even up there in Canada, you can actually, if you can dig down the ground and throw a rocket stove type of piping system in, and then have regulators to flow the air through with the simple fan that runs off solar to go through the house, you can actually heat your house or a greenhouse without actually ever firing up a wood stove or anything else.
You know what? It's a funny thing that I know about that because I watched a video on they did a house living off grid, and one of the things was trying to have a heating system, cooling and heating system, and that's exactly what they did. I remember not necessarily for the heating, but for the cooling. If you dug so deep, you would have really cold air, and it's from the ground. It's not anywhere else.
Right.
So
If you look at cave homes and stuff like that, they do the same thing, and buried homes, and also you can also look into the fact that you can actually just put a compost pile on top of those pipes. Bury them about 5-6 feet deep with compost outside the greenhouse. You can actually keep your greenhouse around 50-60 degrees during the winter time, even up there in Canada, which actually makes a lot of sense. And you don't have to worry about it's you either use bulk mass like water, or you use like your worm bed in the greenhouse to create the heat from the compost that they're creating, or you can actually do it outside, and it doesn't matter if it's covered with snow and stuff, it actually will heat the greenhouse all year long.
Interesting. I don't have one outside, mind you, but that would be kind of a cool thing to do. I don't
Well, it's
have
very
this one.
simple. It's very simple. You just, if you had the room for it, you would throw up a greenhouse and then you would run the pipes in there, in and out, and you would just run those pipes and snake them like a snake across the ground, and then have the return one, and you would just simply throw the compost on top of that, and bury it real deep. And during the winter, if you got good compost running, it creates heat and it will actually heat the greenhouse.
Mm-hmm. No, it's cool. That sounds very cool. Like I said, I don't have like the land like you have. I don't have a big yard that I could afford to put a greenhouse outside and take most of my yard up. But
Yeah, understood. And I have like an acre and a half, but I'm looking to up it to 5 or 10 or 20. And I'm not sure if I would sell this place anyway. I'd probably just keep it as an income maker because it has a thing on it that would rent for like $1,200, $1,400, $1,500 a month.
right.
You can't buy a house in Spokane. I live outside of Spokane, but you can't buy a house in Spokane for less than $400,000 to $500,000. It's just not cheap anymore.
Yeah, we don't have a landline phone anymore. Haven't for a few years. See, I like a landline. That's what I actually don't like cell phones. I don't like anything. Matter of fact, I just recently got rid of my microwave because I don't want all that either. So
Yeah, I keep my cell phone about 3 to 4 feet away from me at all times.
there's so much stuff off of them that I have one, but I only used it while on vacation, and otherwise I don't touch a cell phone at all. I don't have any of that. I mean, I guess it's good to travel. I would only use it part time. I never liked them. I never did. I never liked them. I know what they're working off of. It's not healthy actually, but you know.
Well, they say 4G is more dangerous than 5G, but that's debatable. With Starlink coming up, everybody can have internet across the world just with a little flying saucer dish. So it's debatable. If Elon Musk does implement Starlink and it goes global, pretty much cut out the internet companies.
I think that's what their plan is anyways, the way I was understanding. Give everybody the access to internet free.
Well, no, they're not going to be free. They want to charge $80 a month. But, they basically want to make a global system where they have internet anywhere access on the planet. And, what's the benefits and what's the effects of it? That's been debatable. And I'm not going to get into it. But also, I do know what you've been talking about also, but I also know something else that is a approaching event. And I've just heard that it's not going to be good.
Right. You had started to talk about that yesterday. People were curious, but I really don't know. I could keep you off of the live stream and talk about it, but I don't really want to talk about it on here. How's that? So if I get off, I don't mind you telling us. You're making me a little nervous and I think, but I know Rachel wanted to know and Mike was curious yesterday, and I don't know if I'm curious or nervous, and I don't really want to be nervous, but.
Well, that's the thing is watching all these different videos we have the opportunity to watch and deciding what might be or whatever. I mean, it's all up to you on that. So I was just kind of curious about which one or whatever that you might have watched that gave you an idea of it. So then I don't know whether you stick around long enough or what, if you wanted to throw it in the StreamYard chat or what.
Yeah, I don't want to actually talk about it on Nana's channel. So I just, I'm totally aware of what you're talking about, but there's also some other things that you're probably not aware of. And it's a big deal, but yeah, I just, so anyway, I'm just looking for land, looking for a homestead, another homestead. And eventually I just want to, build a cabin, get some more farm animals. I got chickens. I can put meat chickens here. I have no restrictions on a rooster. I don't have any restrictions on a pig or cow or
Okay, so
goats.
without going too much, like I said, I will talk about this offline. But I'm going to ask you this: the way you're doing this, a lot of people are doing it. Is the stuff that you want to talk about? That's why you're moving and you want to own your own homestead because of futuristic things that you expect it's going to go on.
Well, actually, where I'm at right now is safe,
Okay.
but it's too close to the, the interstate,
Mhm.
and in that respect, as far as what's going to happen, it's not going to hit this area, not at least for a couple of years. So.
Okay. But I'm just saying, is that kind of like a lot of people are jumping that side? They want to go homesteading and live off the land and go back to the way it used to be. I just wonder if in your case, was it because of all the things you've been reading about? That's why you're doing it, or it was something you wanted to do already?
Yeah, it's both.
Okay. Because I have seen and noticed a lot of people recently, and I don't think it's all the stuff we've been reading, but suddenly everybody wants to go back to the old ways that they of different things of building things and non-chemical free and all blah blah, all this and that. And
Well, if you think about it, Nana, most of Europe has gone with non-GMO foods now.
well, they're ahead. I was watching the show, and I don't think you were here when I was talking about on the other channel. It was Zach Efron, and what the heck is he? He's a guru. Traveled all kinds of different countries to show how they live, and it changes to check the environment, changing the environment, and all really good stuff. I really enjoyed them. Every one of them showed you how different countries live, and we really should be picking up some of these ideas from other countries. Is what I'm going to say.
Well, yeah, I've actually been to other countries and quite a few, by the way, and I did travel a lot when I was in the service. And other things, when I worked for an engineering company, I flew to Zurich one year, just to be there for one night. $3,500 on the gold card. That was back in the old days. But yeah, I just want to live a simple life. I don't believe that this tech stuff is for me. I do live in that world anyways,
Well,
as
right
far
now
as
you do because you live.
for
That's your
for
job.
living.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
And the whole point is, if you would you totally I like the word off grid when people still own a cell phone and use a computer and stuff. I don't consider that off grid. Off grid meaning nothing to do with technology is my definition of off grid.
Well, that's being off grid doesn't mean that. Off grid means you're not connected and subservient to any services like electricity.
Yeah. Yeah, I know that, but I'm just saying that's my opinion on it. Yes, it's supposed to be, gas, electrical, all the main things. You have no more bills to pay basically. But I still think that you own a phone and it's a cell phone. How is that off grid?
Well, in so many words, I would think that you still want to be civilized too, or find out what's going out on the.
I get why. I
Yeah.
don't think that it makes sense to me. Off grid means, to me, it reminds me of pioneer days, and they didn't have phones and they didn't have all this other stuff. So I don't know. That's just how I know that might be not the right, correct definition of it, but that's my definition of off grid.
Well, the correct definition of off grid and homesteader is, Nana. Do you know?
I don't know. I would say what my opinion is, but go ahead. What would you want to say?
It's whatever your opinion is. It's if you think that cell phones and computers, stuff like that, all the communication stuff is not for you, and you just want to live off grid, provide your own water, your own food source, and everything else, that's off grid to you.
Yeah, that's my definition of it. And I guess people have different definitions of it. There's not one set rule on it.
It'd be great again if you could have your kids just you get together and have potluck and stuff with your church and everything, and not have to worry about checking your cell phones and just do the family thing again. That's always been a great thing.
Well, I 100% agree. You know what? When I saw cell phones, I just think some of the stuff's ridiculous. When you see, like, for instance, my daughter's friend, and she was with my daughter, and they were being loud in the house. So she has to text from upstairs to her daughter to say, quiet down. I went like that blew my mind of cell phones and texting. I think that's almost ridiculous that it's no more communication anymore with each other. That's it. I thought
Well,
I
yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you. I mean, it's ridiculous. You have to tell your kids to turn the music down by a cell phone. That's ridiculous. I mean, usually the old man comes down screaming and says, "Shut that stuff down."
I don't know. I just thought it was ridiculous when my daughter told me. I said, "You mean to tell me she couldn't tell you, like, just either whatever you want to say it softly, scream, whatever way you want to do it, to say you guys are loud, shut the TV down in your voice. That's what you should be doing." But texting got so carried away that I don't know. I mean, technology is scary. Sometimes you need it, and sometimes it's almost too scary, too much.
But the nice thing about texting, not taking sides on that, but this way you text them to knock it off or whatever upstairs, and you don't have to listen to any crap from them. It's flat out. It's written there. Read it. Get over it. Unless they text back.
Yeah, but that's why people aren't communicating very well anymore, because that's all you do is text.
Right.
I mean, I think people lost how to communicate with other people. You expect kids to go find jobs and different things, and if they text and they never speak, how are they supposed to win over an interview not talking?
Well, actually, kids nowadays, they prefer to text each other. They don't prefer to even,
Oh, I
call you
know.
on the phone.
Oh, I know. I totally understand. I don't agree with it, but it is what it is. That's what technology does. You know?
I think from my point, off-grid means to me that I'm providing my own food, my own nutrients, and a much better healthy lifestyle. And that, to me, is worth more than um, going to an office and working 70, 100 hours a week in an engineering firm and sleeping on the nurse's cot because we had slippage and we got to get this project out because of this and that. I left that world a long time ago because it was just not for me.
Yeah, but you're still kind of hooked up to it doing the job you have now, right? So, but you eventually want to get rid of it.
Yeah, eventually I'd like to grow my own food and take it down to a farmer's market and just sell it to people and make my money that way. Yeah, I would.
Which would be a market coming up if everything goes weird, like the way people think it's going to be. I don't know.
Well, I just harvested a bunch of ruby red leaf lettuce, gourmet lettuce seeds today. And I just harvested a whole bunch of parsnip seeds, and they're all non-GMO. They're all heirloom, and that's going to be the way to go. I don't think industrial farmers going to survive. I've seen up in Canada, and it's called Coaldale, where they have this massive greenhouse that they grow the lettuce stuff for Wendy's restaurants. Did you know that?
Well, you told me that, and I thought that was kind of cool. I did not know that until you told me, but I think that's kind of what you should be doing. And I think why they did it was because there was so much salmonella poisoning found in lettuce. Every time there's a recall on it, people were sick from it. So that if you have control over growing your own lettuce and for your business, you're not going to have that issue anymore. So.
Well, a lot of that occurred because they actually grew the lettuce and produce and stuff next to actually, livestock areas. And that was the reason why that we still got the issues of, they're growing stuff next to livestock, which introduces those diseases.
I guess, but what I find really weird is you're talking about that's introduced, but you're adding manure that's from those things to. I don't, but I'm just saying, people are adding manure from that. If the manure of the cow is bad, don't you think it's going to come through that way too?
Yeah, and that's why I do natural compost stuff, and I do composting.
And I was curious what means that you brought it up, that normally it's not here in the U.S. normally that it's affected. But what I'm kind of curious about is, are these people putting manure on as the plants are growing also? Because you would think if you dumped all the manure on the ground and you actually tilled it in, why would your plant still get affected? I mean, that's just what I had a curiosity of.
Well, a lot of people, Mike, they were taught to farm, especially you see that a lot of these homesteaders still doing it, where they take and dig a hole and then stick the manure or whatever in there for the plant, so they don't break it up.
So the roots are bringing it up in. Then it's not actually on the plant; it's in the plant. Is what you're saying?
Well, I think that the issue is cross infection rates because of different other elements around the farms, and so if you have a bunch of livestock around a farm, it can cause that issue. In a greenhouse, you have more controlled environment, and you can actually raise produce without the outside influence of other diseases. Of course, you can get it inside the greenhouse depending on how the soil's set up and everything. But I mean, that's a key question. I think you can grow stuff in the greenhouse and it could still get infected because the precautions weren't taken, or you're not actually rooting out the disease.
Well, I was just curious because back when I had the farm, I used the neighbor's horse manure because it had a lot of sawdust and stuff in it to help hold the moisture in too and make it easier to pull the weeds. And normally the cow manure that went back on the field because I needed that to grow the grass, not my garden. So, and the garden was right next to, let's say, the pasture, I guess, right next to the barn. But and it could be also because I lived on the farm, and as they say, people that are on farms are normally healthier because they're always with the animals, and so they don't get as sick or as easily as a city person would coming on the farm and, let's say, petting a cow, for instance.
Right, it's natural immunity because of herd. Yeah.
So that's why I say I don't know if that's why we were safe, didn't have a problem with any of the food, or just what did the other people do to make the food have it in it, on it,
Well,
whatever.
you could probably point back to industrialized farming in that respects. You don't do a permaculture farming on a farm. They just mainly put in Monsanto seeds and let it rip, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that itself is unhealthy, and it's not a practical farming model for the future, especially in the grand solar minimum. So um, I don't know if you guys are aware of the grand solar minimum.
No.
Well, that's when the sun goes to sleep and it's in a deep cycle like the monitor minimum, where they have very few sunspots, and the sun actually decreases energy output per square meter. So that can be seen in solar effects, and I've been seeing for the last 5 years with my solar system, where one day the production of the solar system with full sun would be less than the next day where the sun wasn't put out as much energy. And that actually changes the planet's climate. It actually affects the weather. So you can get colder, shorter summers and a lot more winters, harsher winters, a lot wetter winters, or a lot drier winters, or a lot more droughts and floods. So it can affect the airflow and the jet stream and everything else to go with it, in the southern, the mid, and the northern hemisphere as far as the jet streams go,
Mm-hmm.
where it can affect the weather. It can be choppy. You can get tornadoes. I noticed that in the last 5 years that Canada got a lot of tornadoes.
I don't know. I didn't hear any major ones near me, so I don't know. I'm not saying you're not wrong. I don't know because I have not noticed any tornadoes at all here where I personally live. So I don't know.
Well, I do know my brother, he watches a channel, which I didn't quite understand it, so I haven't been watching it, but they talk about the solar flares and why the weather's doing what it's doing or should be coming up. This is what's going to happen. And it's pretty much true of everything that they've been saying on that.
We're going into a 400-year cycle of weather change. And it's going to get a lot colder. And the growing season is going to get shorter. And you're seeing the effects of massive drought, massive floods like we're seeing over in China right now. That's been predicted, the fall of dynasties of China during these events. And we're seeing what's happened to China predictably over and over again. And so you can look at these massive floods in eastern China, and it's been predictable. And so the problem is that we're looking at a food shortage because, one, they're destroying food crops, or number two, food crops are not growing because of climate change. And no matter what side of the coin you're on, the climate is changing, and it always has changed. And it goes through cycles. I mean, when the Pilgrims landed over here on Plymouth Rock, that was another minimum that happened, and it was cold, miserable conditions. I mean, you've seen fields being plowed under in Canada. Parts of the U.S. have been flooded for the last couple of years. We're seeing a change in the growth seasons, and it affects our climate. It affects the food shortages, and when you're destroying food, it doesn't help either. And it doesn't help to have actually another foreign country actually affecting the way that you grow food in this country, because for one, tin cans are not, they are available in this country, but they're not available per se of a corporation that's controlled by another country.
Right.
And so you're seeing stuff being slided on the shelves. You're seeing reduction of availability of food on the shelves. I mean, there's some stores where the food's gone. And of course, some of that could be due to hoarding and stuff like that. But just like the TP, apocalypse happened,
Right.
But if you stock up enough, like me, I only had 200 rolls of that stuff on the in my possession, because I always kept a stock like that. I didn't just go out and buy 200 rolls of toilet paper in one day. I bought it over time.
Right.
So I prepped, and I had toilet paper when nobody else did, and some of my folks had toilet paper because I gave them some, or my sisters. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I just think the older ways of preparing and making sure that you're prepared for the future is more important than just-in-time delivery. And I'll be right back. I'd get change the water.
All right.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of it's a bummer. But we still got to live life. You can't constantly worry about whether there's going to be a food shortage, because now you're not even living life. So what's the point of having a life if you're going to always worry about what's next?
That's kind of true. It's something good to think about. And if you have a chance to, let's say, start learning how to can start learning how to grow. Like, for instance, Passion, she's been growing pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Not knowing when any of this is going to hit, but like I said, it's worth maybe learning some of the stuff before it is too late. Then again, there's other ways of looking at it too, I will admit.
Yeah. Well, I hate to say that, but people have been prepping for way years, a long time ago, thinking things were going to be food shortages. I'm not saying it's not true. What I'm saying is people have been prepping this way for a long time. That's why you had preppers. I saw preppers I used to watch since YouTube has been on. There was preppers all the time. Now, in fact, the preppers don't really prep anymore because, well, they prepped so much that the food all went bad.
Yeah, they said that back when I used to watch them, that you need to rotate your food, so you do all this canning this year and you're eating last year's canning.
Right.
Which some of the canned foods last more than a year, but that's another story.
Right. Well, I don't know what else to say on that note. It can be very scary, but like I said, if you're going to be in frightened and all that stuff, then there's no why survive. There's no sense of being here, really.
Right.
So I don't want to go down that hole. That's people already have major depression and all kinds of stuff. You need to add that more to it. What a great world this would be. People say here, there's a hurricane will come and wipe it out. No more New Orleans. Well, I don't know. You had issues with it, and that's what viaducts. I think that's what it's called, right, Rachel? Where it flooded all New Orleans because you're so low, you sit below sea level. And then they did viaducts, and I don't know how well it is now, but I don't know. People say a lot of things. They've been saying since I'm 60 years old, and all this stuff, as they've been saying stuff a lot that actually kind of made me sad and depressed. Many people have said predictions and all kinds of crap. For 60 years, I heard the same thing over and over and over. You know, I don't know. I don't know if I believe a whole 100% of all this stuff. Yes, I think there's a fine line between being prepared or caution and being frightened and living in fear. Yes, that's true. Being prepared, I guess there's nothing wrong with that. But I'm just telling you that there's been preppers around that things were going to get worse, and they prepped for years and years and years and years and years. A long time ago. This is nothing new. Prepping's been around for a long time.
Well, that when people get hungry,
Mm-hmm.
they already say that the people of the cities are going to start looking for the food, and they're going to start coming out to the countries. And that's why if you can be a prepper, there's no sense being a prepper when you live that close to town or whatever. You need to be out in the boonies, I guess we'll say, and not advertise it, because all your non-friends are all of a sudden going to be your friends taking the last gas to drive up to your place to either mooch or the worse, to get your food.
I know, but listen how that sounds, okay?
I know it sounds
It really
like
sounds really bad. Where it's all about me and making sure I have enough for me and my family and the whole world. I don't give a shit about anybody else. That's what it sounds like.
That's right.
There's something wrong with that mentality, honestly. There is. You're supposed to be to help as a thing. I guess maybe that's the army in me, and meaning we're team together. You don't just let everybody stand still and not help each other out. I mean, that's absolutely insane. It is. And everything I've ever seen to do with people team together and help each other out, not say, oh, I'm going to go hoard everything and I'm going to live in the county and screw you.
Well, I guess that's almost the same as that child story of the grasshopper and the ant, I guess. the aunt didn't give a rat's on what was going on. The aunt kept saying, you need to store your food. And so I guess he kept storing. And then when winter came, that poor grasshopper was freezing and starving to death and everything else. I don't remember how the story ended, but it's just saying that's part of, you need to work. And in so many words, that's kind of what you said too. If, let's say, your friends or neighbors, whoever, show up, it's working together. And if they're just going to be a grasshopper, then sorry, but you need to move on.
No, I get it. I'm just saying, okay, let me give you an, well, I'll just do my street, for instance, okay? Technically, I'm the only one that's a gardener on my street. Now, you have people worrying about their yards and flowers, and that's different than me
Right.
for food. Now, suddenly they know I'm the gardener on that street. I would be more than willing to give my stuff. But on the other hand, I would expect them, all of us working together, to do a huge garden, not just working off of mine. You know what I mean? That's my plan would be if I was just doing as a street thing and we're all looking out for each other. I would like make the park into a whole, whatever you could, wherever area you could make into a garden, but not be the only one doing it. Like we all garden together.
And you're living a dream there, because what you're praying for, I guess, is if this happens, it's got to happen during summer. But then how long is it going to take to grow this stuff? So
no, I know. I'm not saying. I'm just saying you have to have something,
right?
I mean, or you get a greenhouse. You can build. I'm sure there's people like Drop as an engineer. I have very intelligent people living on my street. You could actually come up with all kinds of. Oh, are you still there? Or Christian left. Oh.
That was Christian.
Okay, so yeah, you could come up with all kinds of ideas. I'm just saying, there's other people that know how to garden, not just me. It's just I'm the only one that actually grow food, and the rest of the people don't. But I think if there was a situation where you would have to team up together, I feel that we probably would work together where I live. I think that's what you should do.
Well, there's actually the guy next to our gardens, but he had some seeds that he bought and they didn't germinate. So he took me up on my offer to come get some of the seeds that I had, because I have boxes of seeds for the entire town.
Right.
The other guy, also across the street, there's a couple of them. One didn't even start his garden, and I said, I have all these leftover beefsteak tomato starts, and they were like 12 or 14 inches tall. I said, do you want these? I said, yeah. So he planted them in his garden. So I got him started gardening, and the other guy across the street, Marty, he grows a little bit, but not much. But, he has the garden beds already set up. So if there is a situation where we need to grow food in this town, there's plenty of seeds that I have saved or, have a collection of. I think it's the most important part of it, People that never grown a garden, you don't want to trust them to grow a garden. You want them to come work in the garden.
Yeah. Absolutely. You're going to get people, and not everybody will kind of say, I know what I'm talking about. They will be more than willing to help with it. They know how to pull weeds and different things. And so I'm just saying, I don't know if I want to take lead or not. That's not what I'm here for. I'm here for giving you advice of what I know how to do, and then we work all together. That would be my thing. That's kind of my military background. You don't leave anybody behind. You work together to build a community. If you're in bad shape, then you work together and build it up, not hoard everything and be on your own and not help each other out. Like, I don't agree with that, but that's in my opinion.
I understand, because, in military, you think as a team, and the weakest link in your unit is the weakest link. And that's, you have to work together as a team in the military to actually make things work.
And I think that I'm spreading that out on my channel. I don't think that it's an individual set alone. It's a thing of, like, Rachel lives in New Orleans. Now, Rachel's my friend, but I can't get to her. But she has friends around. She has her mom. She has different people, neighbors, that you could all do the same thing as what I'm saying to do. If it got bad that you need greenhouses, then I'm sure there's a way of figuring out, like you said, I thought it was a very cool thing that how do I say? No, I'm not saying it right, but geothermal heating is fantastic, because I am no engineer, but I know what you're talking about because I've seen shows on it. Would that be a cool thing to do together with everybody? yeah, you could do that. I think all that stuff together, you could do amazing things. That's what I think. Well, with my neighbors will jump in. Like right now to talk about it, they would think I'm crazy. Some of the stuff we've been talking here online together, and we're all three of us right here and more know what I'm talking about. In the real world out here where I live, if I started talking about this, I turned to my family. They absolutely think I'm insane. They think I'm crazy. They do not get what's going on, and what can
Well,
I say?
recently in Bellevue, one of my sisters lives there, and she's actually woken up, and she's like, maybe I should move from Bellevue. I said I never would move, but she's thinking about getting a little farm or plot somewhere out in the country and raising her own food. And even at that, my other sister is total libtard. It's okay because we don't fight in our family. We stick together no matter what. See, that's where a lot of families mess up. They don't stick together with their family, and they start talking politics, and that's bullshit because you're family. You get it?
No, I understand. You know what? I might have issues with one of my sisters or whatever, but if it was all the whole thing and we all got together, she's still family. But I'm not talking about. I protect my family number one. That's my mom will tell you that because my mom she's the same way. I'll take care of all the kids here. That's number one. But will I pray for everybody else's kids? Yes. Number one, family. Number two, everybody else's kids. Because I did let her into a little things of what's going on with all the kids, and it is a lot for an 89-year-old woman to know what's going on here. So at first she didn't believe me, and then now she kind of listens to me, and I don't want her to be scared. 89 years old, she needs to live life and not get all depressed about all this crap we're talking about here. I mean, seriously, I don't want somebody to have their last earth being depressing.
My whole point is that my family is like a military unit. We work together no matter what you think.
Yeah.
And so,
yeah. No, I think it's good. I know that, well, just by listening to you, the more I get to know you, I think I should say me and Mike get to know you. We understand, you're okay. How can I put this to be fair? Typing doesn't explain how somebody is. Typing it would more like, things and you're not sharing. But now you come up here and you start telling me, well, this guy needed this and my family needs this and I gave him this. It tells me I see a different sign and that you're a way even better person talking to you.
Yeah, I joke around a lot and I make jokes and I make some bad jokes and some good jokes, and I use humor to break the ice or just to have fun.
Yeah, which is good.
When it comes down to it, a homeless guy that just got evicted from his apartment in Montana comes walking up on my property, asking for directions. I'm not going to let him leave without some food, resources, and some hope. I'm not going to do that.
And I like that because I would have never known you were like that until you came up and started talking to us, right? It's the same with Mike. I knew Mike is just chatting is one way. And then when you actually come up, Rachel, when they start coming up, then they're more real to me, right?
Yeah, I was in Arizona and I was eating with my folks and other family members and stuff. And I noticed this one homeless guy was sitting there looking for food and hanging out the front of the door. And I just ordered a full meal for him, handed it to him. My whole family just dropped their mouths. I was like, that was years ago, but I've always done things like that because your humanity makes a difference to people in this world and to your life with Christ.
There you go. Think I can't say that I've been perfect in my life, that I'm trying to get better, but I was the same. Like Toronto's a major city, and I saw these homeless people, and they needed. I don't know. I felt like to give money, and then my family was saying, "Why are you giving them money?" There's all over the place. I said, "I don't know. It makes me feel good," and I don't know. Because people would say, "Stop handing it to homeless," because there's a lot of people that play the game that are not homeless. Some, like locally, there's a person that was told that he was making a business off of playing like he was homeless.
Yeah.
But if you go and you do something nice, whether the guy's a criminal or not, you did something nice thinking he was homeless. I think isn't that already a nice thought? I mean, that you did something nice because you didn't know he wasn't homeless.
Well, the first thing that happens to homeless people is that their IDs get stolen. And I know I worked with the Angels over there in Atlanta. And so they steal their IDs so they can steal stuff and pawn stuff at the stores. So a lot of homeless people have no idea that when their IDs get stolen, they're actually a suspect as a criminal because their IDs are used for fraud and criminal activities. And I worked with the Angels program over there in Atlanta, and there was a lot of homeless people. I've even seen homeless people in the back alleys with nothing on. They were just butt naked and trying to help them. And, went down to Sacred Hearts, that's a Catholic outfit. I'm not Catholic in that area, and helped there too. But the thing is that, there's a reckoning with God at the gates of heaven when you go to heaven. And if you don't meet the criteria and you're not a loving, giving soul, because I don't want harm to come to anybody. I don't care who they are. That's another thing. But I also will use force and violence if I have to protect myself. So, I'm a dual-edged sword. I'll give you the sword. I'll give you the sword. One of the two.
I don't know how I feel about. I feel that if you're putting a pressure to protect somebody, then you have no choice, but you have to defend yourself. Defending is one thing, and going out of your way to hurt somebody intentionally is totally different.
Oh, no. I took karate for 10 years, and I took Tai Chi in college and some Kung Fu, and I know how to take somebody down without actually hurting them at all. Trust me.
Well, but I'm not. I think you're reading me wrong, because I'm not saying against what you do. You're just saying that you're going to protect yourself. You'll help anybody, but if somebody comes to harm you or your family, you're going to protect yourself. So I get it.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. But I think we have to have more humanity towards others, because I think it's more important in your spiritual life, because your spirit is on the line, your soul's on the line. And if you want to go to heaven and live with Yahshua, which is Jesus, by the way, then you need to actually be spiritually, connected, because people talk about prepping, but prepping's only part of it. You need to prep with God and with the Father, because that's the one most important thing in the world. That when you leave this world and you die to this world, you live with Christ forever. And I don't mean to get religious, but I do, I do believe in the Father, and I do know that He exists.
Well, I'll put it this way. I don't have anything against being religious, because I'm Catholic, but don't get me wrong. When I use the word Catholic, I don't think I'm better than anybody else. I just know I was raised that way. But the thing is, there's a lot of people corrupted within that religion. They kind of marks everybody that's Catholic, and it's not true. Because let's just say the lower people of echelon are normally very good people in the Catholic religion. It's where there's an issue lately,
Well, Nana, my wife was Catholic, and I do own 2 large Catholic Bibles along with other Bibles. And I know she's singing with the saints right now.
Amen to that. Amen. You know what? And I'm going to say 100% of being humanity is a big thing. That's why when I was talking, I want to get into, like you, too deep about children, which I kind of throw that out every so often, because it's like I want to shake people to wake up and see what's going on. I throw things out on live. Most people wouldn't put all this dangerous stuff on Facebook. I do. I put all the stuff on my Facebook, knowing that some people locally know me on my Facebook and all over, because I'm hoping they take the chance to read it, and then they're either going to think I'm crazy, or they're going to think, well, they wake up and start investigating into this. Because it scares me. When I used to work and I didn't know what was going on, but everybody would love their animals, and I have nothing against loving animals. But what I didn't get was, you're not worrying about kids, and it was never about worrying about kids. It was always about animals came first. And I thought, there's something wrong here when a human being is lower than an animal. And if you read the Bible, which I've started to read, God created actually animals to eat. Not saying I want to eat all my animals or anything, but the thing is, you're supposed to be decent human beings. Even if you don't want to have kids, you're not supposed to harm a child. I mean, I don't. Even if a child's a brat, you still shouldn't harm the child. You know, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm very indifferent to knocking somebody down for harming the child, because you harm a child or hit a woman. I was born and raised to protect women and children. That's the way I've been my entire life.
Yeah, but there's nothing wrong with that. Like I think I respect that in a man, and I'm talking about. I'm not saying a woman should be aggressive to a man. None of that I agree with either way. I mean, you have arguments you can fight with somebody. It doesn't mean, but physically hurt anybody is totally off the books. It's wrong to do it anyway. And I respect, I guess, being in the military or whatever. I respect men looking out for kids and looking out for women. I really, some women like are maybe chauvinistic and think they can do it all, and they have an opinion on men. And my opinion is, I respect a man that respects children and women. I do. I think that if somebody opens a door for me, I think that's the nicest thing. Where nowadays some kids, don't want the door opened up by a guy, and they think that's weird. And I don't think so.
I actually have had women look at me and go, "What the hell did you do that for?" I said, "Because I'm being a gentleman."
And see, I don't even get that. Like, I don't get that thought at all. I always thought it was respectful. Hey, Rachel.
Hey, I'm home. I was listening to y'all.
Yeah. But you want to jump in there? You be my guest.
Oh no, I was listening. Go ahead.
Well, I'm just saying I kind of respect that. And it's a weird generation where the younger ones don't get when somebody that's a guy opens up a door or something. They don't think that. I mean, my daughter's, I'm trying to think how old she's, what, 26, 27. Like, she doesn't find it weird if somebody opens a door for her. I don't think so. I never noticed that she didn't like a guy opening a door for her. She thought it was cool. That's my younger daughter. I mean,
Well, you know what's weird is when you're in traffic and you let somebody in and they're like totally shocked.
Yeah.
Come on,
Yeah.
move. You would do the hand sign. Come on, get in front of me. You can get in the line, and they're totally shocked that you're being courteous.
And I
always let people in,
which is nice.
It's called manners.
Yeah.
I mean, we going to the same place anyway. I mean, we got to go to the same. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I remember like I always talk about Tim Hortons coffee all the time. Anyways, I remember going there and somebody paid my order. So I was, what is this? I'd never heard of this before. Like, it was weird to me, but nice, but weird. And then they said it's paying forward. So then I had it done a few times. And when we do that, we pass it on behind us. Like, we kind of like take the next order behind us. Like, we don't just, every so often we'll do the same thing is what I'm saying, which I thought was a nice gesture.
I've actually, when I was down paying the sewage water bill and stuff like that, I've actually paid somebody's water bill because they didn't have the money and they were going to be shut off. And I was like, here's my debit card, pay their bill. I've done that before. If you have gifts, receive them. Receive the gifts of God, and then give the gifts of God to others. And that's the whole thing that I live my life by.
Well, we use the word paying it forward, but it means the same thing as what you're saying on a religious level.
No, it doesn't mean the same thing.
You don't think it means the same thing?
I see people that pay forward, and they do it because it's a trend. It's not because they believe in God, and they don't believe in the mercy of God and the charity of God, and that's a different story.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they use pay it forward a lot in New Orleans. And it's just, they followers. They don't mean it. They just look good.
I don't know. Doing something nice for somebody else, I don't think God would think that was the wrong thing to do.
It's not about being nice. It's about being humanity. It's about doing the right thing before the Father. There's a difference. I could be nice to people because I want to influence them, or I want to grab their attention, or I want to, influence them to the most. Where if I'm a politician, I could be nice to people and pay their
No, I
bills.
get it. Yeah, I get it.
But if you
If you
If
do
you
it
have-
without the intent of wanting something back for it, I guess is what I'm saying. It's not like when you're doing it and you know that you're going to get something from it. I get it. It's something different.
Yeah, but you do things because it's the right thing to do. I've been in a couple situations myself where somebody's helped me out and asked nothing in return. Nothing.
Yeah, because you was raised, you was raised right.
Yeah, I've actually been homeless before, so I know what it's like. And somebody helped me out. Didn't ask for nothing.
Some people are, what's them called? Munchers, whatever it's called. They always want something for nothing.
They're called moochers.
Moochers, yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, I know a lot of people like that.
I've actually been in a low point in my life where I've had somebody help me and ask for nothing, and it really helped.
Mm-hmm. But then when you need help, they won't go help you. Them moochers.
Yeah, that's true, but you got to give people the benefit of the doubt, but you don't give them money. You give them what they need to.
Just like some celebrities sits there and gives money to whatever. Oh, this one did money, and some of them are doing it for the kindness of their heart. Some of them are saying, "Hey, look what I did. Now I'm gonna be, the talk of the month or whatever." I'm not gonna name no names of celebrities.
Right, they do it for reputation, and that it's not kindness of their heart. They don't really care about that person. If you did, if you really think about it, there's a lot of people you should care for and you should care about, and there's a lot of this stuff going on called charities. They don't care about you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, some of the charities you gotta watch and it's sad because you think you're giving the charity to these sick people and all of that, and sometimes they go steal it.
Well, I have an issue with charities because a charity is the word volunteer. That's what comes to mind on me. You volunteered, you didn't get any money from this. And then when you go and look to who's running the things are getting $100,000 a year for these charities, that's what turns me off of a charity, where that these people are getting paid to a percentage. Maybe they should have a paycheck because of what they're doing, but when it becomes that 100,000 or a ridiculous amount of money to run a charity,
Mm-hmm.
right there tells me that's not a legitimate charity.
Yeah, when my wife passed away, I donated to the battered women's shelter, and they just said, "You can't come by." They came by and picked it up. And I know that they did good work for women and children. And so that was one thing I did not worry about donating to, because they didn't care about money. They wanted the clothing, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It's hard to find something that I consider totally legitimate. I could go over and over saying tons of places that it just made me sick when I saw how much money the higher people up made. And it's sad because there are some of them that are very good, like charities, very good charities, but most of the money's not going to where it's supposed to go.
No.
United Way was a good one. We all donated. I donated. My husband donated. It was a big one, and you could pick who you wanted. And then when I started watching out union reps, which that's another whole thing. I'm not trying to get into a union part of it, but the thing was they got to take the job paid them to do the volunteer work of the union rep or to do UNICEF. That turned me off because now that's not a volunteer. You're getting paid to do that. So, and then they had functions that came out of the money of UNICEF functions, and that's not just in Canada. That's all over the world. That money is not going to the cases where it's supposed to be going to. So I stopped donating to something. I won't donate to something that I don't feel is going to where it's supposed to be.
My best friend just lost his job. He worked at a plant and he was a superintendent. Sorry, I'm eating. I'm eating too. And they donated like United Way. I don't know if you ever heard of Valero. It's a gas company.
Not me.
It's like a Shell station. It's like a Shell station.
Yeah.
I don't know if y'all know Shell, Exxon, Chevron.
Yes, I know Valero. Yes.
Okay. Well, he worked at the Valero plant, and what they used to do was they used to out of his check he would give so much to United Way, but they would make them work the like say it would be bowling or chili cook-off and stuff like that, and it was for it was a good deed to help these charities out. And they said that United Way is a good charity. It does help the kids out over here because like the special needed kids, they would do the bowling for them, and they would go bowling and they would help the kids. The parents would come, and I'm like, I want to go, but I couldn't go. He wouldn't let me. Like we do the Special Olympics with the kids, like some kind of like with the schools or whatever. All the schools get together and it's the kids, and we do stuff with the kids.
Excuse me.
I've heard a lot of stuff said about the Shriners, but you know what? They help a lot of kids.
The what?
Shriners.
Yeah.
I've heard a lot of stuff about them and a lot of bull crap about that, but they do help the kids, and they help parents with those kids with those difficulties, and they cover everything.
My dad's he's in a Shriner thing, and he donates a lot to them with the kids.
Is this the same guy that stood in the corner over there in Georgia and took whatever money he had in my pocket? Because one time he got me for like $350.
Hey.
Cash.
He will give. Yeah, he gives. He's about helping them kids.
Yeah, kids with disabilities and stuff like that. That Shriners, I think, is really an excellent organization. I'm not endorsing them, but there may be some waste and fraud there. But ultimately, I've seen nothing but good amount of that organization.
Yeah, they got some ones that I'm sure that's not does bad stuff, and
Yeah, it happens in every organization, but it's better than UNICEF or United Way and stuff like that. Those things only, they spend about 3% of the money on doing good stuff, and the rest of it's on administration staff.
Exactly. That's what turns me off of that stuff. Easter Seals is really bad. The score is extremely high. It's terrible. Terrible. Easter Seals is sad. I don't know. These organizations be nonprofit, and the money, maybe a few to run it, very little, but I think that's what it is. It's charity. So it really shouldn't have it be in anybody's pocket, but where it's supposed to go.
Well, actually, they're 501c3s under the United States Code, which is a charity, which also is what churches are filed under.
Mm-hmm.
And I know because I've actually helped set up a charity before, 501c3. I did all the paperwork. I dealt with the IRS and everything else on that issue. So I know what it takes to put an organization together like that.
my stepbrother had a charity. He made shirts. He drew out like some because he was in the Marines. So he drew all the shirts, designed all the shirts. And what he did was it was something like the Vietnam vets or something like that, but I forgot the name of the charity or whatever, but all the money went to the military that was, the vets, or something was wrong with them, like their leg got messed up, something like that, and all the money went to them. But he stopped doing it because it was just too much. He did it for 3 years, but it was just too much stuff. It was a lot, and nobody would help him.
Yeah, I actually know a vet in Missouri that actually has 80 acres of land. He actually takes in vets for that situation as far as, disabilities, whether mental or physical or whatever. And he asked me for some money and said I can't do it this year. So.
Yeah, but I bought I want to say he gave me a shirt, and then I bought like 3 of them, and then I had bought a guy that was in the army that I was friends with. I bought him a shirt when I went go up there and visit him, and because they was trying to kick him out of the army because something with his arm or whatever. He had to get a surgery on his arm, and I mean, he needed to retire anyway. He just didn't want to. He wanted to go back to Iraq. I mean, he loved all that, and it was just, they made him retire. He was in the army for about 25 years, and then now he's like a bounty hunter kind of guy, but like he makes money. One of them bounty hunter people that goes overseas, and you know how the movies are.
Good evening, Bill. How are you?
Hello, everybody. How is everybody? I'm doing good.
Good.
I love the way he talks.
That's a Newfie accent.
That's
He
some
talks
new people.
fast.
Yeah.
That's what they call it, a Newfie accent.
Yeah,
We have
but,
our own language, like type.
yeah, and you from Canada too, right?
Yeah, that's right. Where are you from, Rachel?
I'm from New Orleans.
Oh, nice, nice. So, how is everybody?
Good.
Well, considering I'm about 100 miles from the Canadian border, pretty much Canadian.
A. He's going A. We haven't heard that too many times. So we're talking about a little bit about everything, in politics to charity to actually on the wrong channel, gardening, but that's okay because I talk about it here anyway. So, and how is your garden growing there, Mr. Bill? Everything looks good.
It's doing good. I just emptied out a barrel of potatoes today, actually.
Did you weigh them? How many did you get?
I only got 2.5 pounds because I picked them too early, right? Only wanted new potatoes just to for something to eat, I guess.
No, I don't blame you. I'm still afraid of. I'm too chicken to dump the pail because I'm afraid my mom's so excited to get a potato and they're probably going to be none.
You should get some. I hope you will.
Okay, what am I getting? Give me the odds.
I don't know.
I don't know, Nana, but I actually dug up some potatoes in the front bed, which I haven't watered in like a long time.
Wow.
Because I had too many slugs. And
Wow.
The truth be told, they're going to be little skilled, breakfast potatoes. That's what they're going to be.
We like that though. Honestly, my mom would love it if I even find a tiny little potato in that pail. If she has her name on it.
They're so good just out of the ground. It's unreal. I never ever had them like it before till this year.
Is it good? You like them? No, it looks good when you fried them up.
Yeah, they're great. They're great.
I've got 3 rows drawn in the backyard. 3 rows of them about, I guess, probably about 15 feet.
Okay.
And so I'm looking forward to harvesting those because those have been watered good. And I know the soil's good there and there's no slugs. So I'm looking
Nice.
forward to seeing how those turn out because I love red potatoes. One of my favorites. I like goldens too, but russets not so much. But red potatoes are my favorite.
Yeah, that's what I planted this year. They were great.
Well, I'll have to find some seeded potatoes for next year, I guess.
You might get more out of them, Nana, if they're seeded.
That's what I know. That's what you're saying, and I'm curious to see. I want to actually take these potatoes if I get any and save some of them, right, for the next growing. I don't know if I
Okay.
can do that. That's what I want to do, but I'm figuring. What do you think of that, Drop? If you take stuff that might not be, GMO or whatever the chemical in it, and you keep growing it, doesn't it clean itself out and it becomes a seed that doesn't have in it anymore? That's
Well,
I don't know if that's true, but I thought if normally my stuff are like yours. I love getting heirloom. I like getting organic heirloom, whatever the word you want to call it, but heirloom for sure. And most of them say GMO, no GMO anymore, but not all of them say that. And that's what I'm looking for.
Actually, the russets and the golden potatoes that I have in the front bed on the other side, they actually are grown from second generation of potatoes that I dug up after this winter,
Right.
and I used them for seed potatoes, and that's what's growing in there now. And so
It's
I
fantastic.
haven't watered them a lot, so I'm starting to apply water now so I can bulk them up. But I've always had a decent harvest off of those. And then the red potatoes I actually got that I put in the backyard. They're non-GMO organic potatoes that I bought in the store that were already sprouting and stuff. So I just throw them in the ground, and it's like, the heck with seed potatoes. I can just do this, right from the thing. And I've had mixed results, but it's pretty good in the effect.
Okay, but do you think that, like I said, if you have anything that had a chemical or whatever in it, and let's say it's not classified organic or whatever, and then you keep growing it, I think in time that you clear out the next second, third generation, you won't have any of that stuff anymore in it. That's my thinking on it.
Probably. I mean, the russets and the golden potatoes are due fine after the first year. This is the second year of replanting them. And the red potatoes themselves actually are non-GMO and organic and don't have any growth inhibitors sprayed on them. So I'm really expecting great results on those.
And so remember when I said, where do you store a whole bunch? Because people were trying to figure out to store for a whole year or whatever. So when you're taking seeded potatoes, those are the ones from last year. So you technically stored them for a whole year waiting for the next time to garden, correct?
I left them in the ground and covered them with biomass like a root cellar.
So you left them in the ground outside and you're saying like hay or whatever over top of them, right?
No, I put dirt on top of them, at least a couple feet, just like I did my carrots and my onions, and I go and dig them out in the middle of the winter.
I think that's pretty interesting too.
That's a good way to preserve stuff without actually building a root cellar.
But it gets really cold for us, like solid ground.
I don't think we would be able to do it here, but
yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't think we could. It's way, way too cold. You're in Washington, and Mike has told me that your temperatures don't drop like ours. Ours get extremely cold.
Well, where Mike lives, it stays warmer in the winter, but where I live, it can get down to 10, 0, or even minus 10 degrees, even minus 17 Fahrenheit. Okay.
Yeah.
But it really gets down below 10 degrees around here at the most.
Right.
But how long does it stay 10 degrees? Because usually around here, you have about 2 weeks where you can walk across the mud that's a foot or two deep. But it's only 2 weeks worth, and then you're back to warmer weather.
It can last 2 to 7 to 14 days, Mike, around here over in Spokane area. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
So,
you are colder.
Yeah, we're a lot colder. We get a lot less precipitation. That also, counts into the root soil type of deal. But I can, basically, if you put some type of biomass or dirt over the top of your crop, you can just dig them out all year long. I have done that last couple of years.
Okay, so what if I'm trying to do something next year? Okay, it's going to be done with hay for potatoes. I'm trying something totally different to see how it works because I like experimenting with different things. So if I dug a little dirt, put them in the dirt, put hay over top of them, do you think that would be fine for the following year?
I think you should actually put a compost over the top of you and not dig them up because I think that would be a more natural root soil. And I think maybe about 1.5 feet or 1 to 2 feet would be actually a good root soil, natural root soil type of deal.
Okay, yeah, but okay, so you're not saying don't even touch them, but I'm just saying, let's say I'm just hypothetically I get a whole bunch of potatoes out of this pail, which I doubt it, and then take some of them and instead of like putting them in my house to wait for them to get eyes, just dig a spot in the back, bury them about a foot deep, like mark where they are so I know where to dig them up. That's what I was thinking the issue would be. And then shoving so you got 1.5 feet dirt and then some whatever mulch or whatever.
No, I actually think now you should actually do succession planting in the buckets. Okay, so you start one now. You start one now.
Mm-hmm.
Whenever it's going to start getting cold,
Mm-hmm.
do your bucket, start your planting, and then space it out like 4 to 5 weeks because potatoes are fast growing plants, just like carrots, just like onions,
Mm-hmm.
just like spinach. I just started succession planting on carrots
Right.
for the third generation. I have 1, 2, and 3, and they'll be buried. And when I need them, I'll just dig them up, and I'll cover them with biomass. But so think about it that way. I grow stuff indoors. I grow lettuce indoors. I grow carrots indoors. I grow onions indoors. I grow tomatoes indoors.
Yeah.
I grow all this stuff indoors, and
Yeah.
I grow it in successions. So I've already started my second and third generation lettuce plants, gourmet lettuce.
Right.
And I just did a seed video on how harvest didn't let one overgrow and how harvest the seeds and how I separated them. And for the ruby red leaf ones, to the gourmet lettuce, I just harvested seeds for that. I just did a video on that. And how I did it. If I was going to do it commercially, totally do it differently. But you have to have success in planting on your greenhouse indoors if you're going to grow stuff indoors or if you're going to have stuff for next year. So you have to figure that out. I grow leaf lettuce, gourmet leaf lettuce all year long inside in my indoor greenhouse.
Mm-hmm.
So I start one like every 2 to 3 weeks.
No, I get it. I did it a little bit, but the third set is small. So I have grown. This is my third set of lettuce I'm doing myself. But you could do it in succession, like you said. When you're ready to eat it, then the next one should be already planted. So that I totally agree with it. Anyways, like that's what I've been doing.
I had salad all winter long that I grew myself.
Mm-hmm. I know. I did. I grew it in the house. The only thing is, I tried everything and then that thing, and none of it works. Even the container, I bought one of the containers you said. I bought what the heck is it? I never pronounce it right, but the powder that's everyone swears by that would kill gnats. I did every single thing, and I still have gnats. Nothing helped.
Nana.s earth, yes.
Yeah, I tried all of it.
Nana.s earth.
I even tried sand, and sand almost made it worse in some sense because I can't tell whether the plant needs water or not because the sand's on there absorbing it. So it's really hard to figure out how to water it. So that wasn't a good thing one either. I have not.
With sand you get fleas. So be careful.
Well, I don't have much. I only did a few plants. I wanted to see if it worked, and it really didn't help my situation. Not one thing has helped it yet. I've tried everything. Everybody gave me ideas to do, and not one of it worked for me.
Well, you know what? Your house is infected, and just burn it down and hang the wedge.
I am not burning my house down.
Some climates are harder than others because you get humidity inside your house at certain times of the year. And you need to actually monitor that because the humidity inside your house and the water content in the air can make a difference whether those things actually pop up or not.
Well,
So
the only thing I might try something is the circulation of a fan. I didn't really do that. Constantly circulating a fan
yes,
might help because they like to coat on the top of the soil. And if the soil's dry, then they have a hard time like breeding or whatever on the soil. And the fan would keep the top part of the soil dry. So I think that might help.
yes, but it also helps with cell pollination, by the way.
Yeah, no,
So
I
you don't have to shake them.
Yeah, no, I knew what you were saying when you were talking about the wind and a fan and all that, but I don't have the wind or fan outside, so I do that, and it works good for me. But if the wind is there, of course, that helps pollinate some of them. But
Actually, there's a lot of people that grow microgreens that they use fans attached to the racks that actually circulates the air because of that. Okay,
right,
and
Keeps
that's
mold
an
out,
important thing.
what someone wanted to say something up there,
Keeps
Mike?
mold down too.
With the fan,
Yeah, it keeps stuff dry, right?
because
Yeah.
you're growing a lot in the house too, right, Bill?
I have, yeah.
You have, or are you doing it now, or you will do it in the wintertime?
Well, winter I'll probably do something.
Like I know you said you grow and you give them away. Is there anything you actually eat that you're growing?
Potatoes,
Just potato?
strawberries, carrots.
Okay.
But I generally don't like too many vegetables, so I don't know why, but it's just not my thing.
I've been growing microgreens and baby greens indoors for 2 years now in an indoor greenhouse in my den. I don't have a basement, so but I generally have a salad, 2 or 3 times a week, no problem. Minimal space, 5x5. I have in the past grown 5x10. I could actually fit the 10x20 greenhouse inside of my den if I wanted to. But yeah, I got a big den. But the point is that you can grow sustainable food indoors with little effort, as long as you have sunlight or grow lights.
Right.
Yep.
Yep. Well, I know now because remember I never had a greenhouse, and now I have one. And that light that I got, I love the light. The light, it's so bright, it's brighter than the sun almost, and it works very, very good. It's really good light. So
yeah, I was like, "Yay, Nana!" She actually decided to grow an indoor greenhouse. I was like, "That was great."
No,
I was like,
I
was cheering for you.
Sorry.
I was cheering for you.
No, I love it. I think I'm going to really get into the wintertime. I'll start doing some more stuff, but I already know I showed you I grew lettuce in the windowsill. So I know I can grow indoor. Lettuce seems to be pretty good inside a house. That's why I was just testing. Like I said, the only thing I don't like, and I'm not burning my house down, is the gnats that I go over and over. I love my house. It's not getting burnt down. I'm just telling you.
I was going to ask Rob something, if that's okay.
Yeah, I'm just telling you that you can grow lettuce, carrots, tomatoes inside. Even onions, bunching onions are great for salads, and you can actually grow squash too if you actually isolate it outside the greenhouse. You'd need to keep a not so humid temperature for the squash and stuff, and especially zucchini will.
That's so much.
Be crazy.
That would take over like my whole greenhouse would be taken over by a squash plant.
No, zucchini is a bush, and it will just go to a certain point and then start.
Not my zucchini. No, my zucchini was, well, I guess it wasn't, but it takes quite a bit of space to grow a zucchini. Just like the patty pan squash takes quite a bushy area to use, too.
Well, the summer squash, which you call crookneck squash, actually is a runner. Okay, so you have to have somewhere to run on because it will run like a vine. But the zucchini is like a bush, so They're a lot easier to grow.
What about green beans? If that would work indoors?
They actually do. Actually did grow green beans indoors and purple beans.
Did you?
And they're self-pollinated. Yes, I did. I got like a handful, like a lot of times.
Oh, good.
I grew the green beans, but not the pole beans.
Right.
If I'm going to grow pole beans, I'm going to put a light up on the ceiling and just let it grow towards that.
Right. Gotcha. They grow crazy, the pole beans. Oh my goodness.
I know. I got ones right now producing like a whole bowl, like 2 handfuls of green beans. Succession ones are already almost coming online, and the third ones are already planted, are going to be growing too until October, and then they'll be fine. And then I'll move that indoors. Yes.
So do you freeze a lot of your excess stuff, or you can it, or what do you do with your stuff?
I freeze it right now. I should can it. I have a lot of canned food from the store. I have a lot of canned supplies that are not being utilized. And I probably should be putting the meat and canning that right now. I'll wait till she gets up here to take care of it. And then I'll probably get some meat chickens and raise them, for, the next 3 or 4 months, and then put them in the freezer, maybe 50 of them.
Wow.
Drop, what's a good type of lettuce to grow inside? Like, I've tried iceberg and it didn't turn out too well.
Well, iceberg is basically junk lettuce, so you don't want to grow it anyways.
Okay.
Because it has no nutritional value. I grow gourmet leaf lettuce like Ruby Red, Butter Crunch, stuff like that.
Okay.
And you can get that off True Leaf Market. You're not actually in the U.S., right?
No.
So it'd be a little harder for you to grow that, but I do have some seeds from Ruby Reds that I just harvested today, and I did a video on it. And if you want, you can just go ahead and email Anna, and I will just go ahead and send you some.
Oh, that'd be
or
awesome.
throw them over the fence.
That'd be wicked.
Yeah, I'll catch them.
But thank you, Drop. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, gourmet lettuce is actually easy to grow, and you can get mature. It'll grow like 6 to 12 inches. You can cut it like romaine lettuce and stuff like that, and it's easy to grow indoors. And you basically need something that's like 6 to 8 inches to grow it in.
Okay.
For a pan.
Okay.
And then you need to quickly dispose of it. You can cut it like 3 or 4 times, maybe 5 times, and then it's done. And you need succession plants to go with it. So you need to plant a new row of plants with it, and then replace those and dump them unless you're going to seed them out. So
yeah.
Well,
You should, if he gives you them, then grow them into seeds, so then you'll have your own to pass out to somebody or keep for yourself and possibly somebody else. That's exactly what I wanted in my channels. I wanted people to do that, to send my stuff and everybody grow their own seeds.
I have a gallon bag of parsnip seeds right now that I'm harvesting. I'm still not done harvesting the seeds.
Right. Good.
And I'm growing some rainbow carrot seeds right now.
Those are cool. I did grow. They're cool. Very cool things to grow.
That is very cool.
Yeah.
And if people need seeds, I have tons of seeds, and I've been storing seeds and
I swear I asked you, can I have some seeds? No, I'm so blunt. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I didn't mean to sound so tough. But where's my seeds drop?
Which seeds do you want?
Oh, you know what? I take everything because I want to do a video on every single kind of seed. That's me. And by the way, Bill, I have 3 different lettuces I grew indoors myself. So there's, as he puts it, I have 3 videos on 3 different lettuces, and they all grew in the house. So it's going to say there's a variety of stuff that'll grow inside the house of lettuce.
I'm gonna grow some lettuce, I think, this year.
Yeah, the gourmet lettuce is like the butter crunch and the root leaves and stuff like that, romaines grow very well indoors, as well as Swiss chard, by the way.
Okay.
Spinach will not grow well
Oh my gosh, the other one.
at all indoors. It doesn't grow good outdoors, especially if you have, a very quick climate like in Canada. Just
Nice to me.
you're in Newfoundland, right?
Yep.
So you might have a better chance because that's more of a cold weather. Spinach and chard will grow good, as well as kale.
Yep.
And I've had no problem growing kale indoors also during the winter.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna try a few things this year, I think.
That'd be good for you and see if you like it. Chard is good, actually. I grew rainbow chard.
That's what I grow. And I'm actually going to have some seeds from that too, by the
It
way.
looks really cool. It looks very cool growing. It didn't do great outside though, but I did get some.
It actually grew better in the greenhouse out here than it did outside. I don't know why that is, because I know our climate's changing a little bit and it's getting a lot hotter outside. But inside the hot greenhouse, it just grew like crazy. So, and it does grow good indoors during the wintertime. I cut baby chard off all the time, use it all the time for salads and everything else and sandwiches.
I don't know. That spinach though, that's so hard. Whatever way I try to grow it, it's so hard for me to grow.
Yeah.
Spinach.
I've had no luck with spinach around here. And broccoli, I get very small crowns, whether it's outside or in the greenhouse. And Brussels sprouts, which I love totally.
Yeah.
I can't grow them at all around here. They just don't go.
Hmm.
I've got tons of seeds, but I cannot grow them here.
They take a long time to grow though. Extremely long time, but they grow for me. But I started them all the way like almost past the spring, and I didn't get any until it had to take all the way through the fall and winter to pop up, and then I got some. I should have known and checked through the snow off of it and came and got some.
Well, yeah, mine went through the snow. They survived the snow, and they're actually just seeded. They didn't actually grow in Brussels sprouts at all. They just seeded, and so that's probably a no-no. But I've tried to grow some in the greenhouse too, and they're not working here, so it's probably no-go. And so, if somebody can grow them in a different climate, send me some Brussels sprouts, please, because I love them.
Because you like them? Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of my favorites. The red cabbage seemed to grow real well here, but you have to look at what plants grow well in your area. Zucchini and summer squash grows really well here. I'm surprised that the pumpkins putting on, and I got pumpkins and I got some Hubbards now putting on. So hopefully those are doing well. The butternuts just never seem to produce.
So butternut is one you have a hard time with, right?
Yes, and that's one of my favorites, and that's why I want to move.
I'm gonna see if I can grow that one because I never did that. But I have right now, they're babies, but I have buttercup, not butternut, and they're doing okay. They seem to they're at the bottom. Like I have a hilly kind of level, and they're at the bottom of the part in the back behind the fence, and it's more dried there, and they seem to like that better. They're growing. They don't like it being overly wet at all. They're in more of a sandy kind of dry area, and they seem to like it.
Yeah, I've had best luck with squashes in Montana when I grew them on a hill or a mound. I do know that that's probably the best way to grow them. I tried growing some on the side of the house, and the slugs on the side of the house just got them all. Just wiped them out this year. Otherwise, I would probably have some pretty good sized squashes already. So the best thing I can do right here is not to go around the side of the house and grow out in the open areas.
I haven't seen slugs, and I couldn't tell you how long.
Well, I just crushed a slug in my greenhouse that was almost 8 inches long.
Oh, that went right through me when you said that.
Yeah, I'm not kidding.
Oh.
We used to have slugs all the time when I was little. And I don't know. It's like we haven't had slugs in a long time.
That's a good thing. That's a good thing. Maybe they like living in maybe a damp thing. Maybe you're not as what they like anymore. Like, climates, like you said, is changing, and maybe they like kind of a more moisture area, and you don't have that anymore.
Yeah, our humidity sucks down here.
Well, my sister's husband, grows stuff up in Seattle, and he has a very small yard too. And the one thing that he has a problem with is slugs. But I did give him a whole bag of, like a pound of mixed microgreens for mixed salad, and he appreciated that because he's grown a lot more microgreens indoors, and he enjoys that. So.
Wait, what's microgreens?
Oh my God, are you kidding?
I don't know what that is.
I know a lot of people that don't grow gardens wouldn't know that. I know what it is, but.
Okay, well, you basically take seeds and put them in a tray with a substrate or soil, and you cover them after you moisten them up for 5 to 7 days or less, and they pop up. And then the first, the water leaves, right? The water leaves.
Oh, okay. I just Googled it.
Okay, and when they go past the water leaf to the next leaf, that's when they're called microgreens.
Yeah,
okay, I was about to say something about microgreens. They got this guy that what is it? Is it a LED light or whatever that he has greens and like some kind of, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. After 5 to 7 days after they sprout with the water leaves, you expose them to the the grow lights or whatever, or natural light, and then about 2 or 3 days later, you cut them and you eat them in your salad.
Okay, yeah, because he's like some kind of, I don't know, Steve the science. We call him the science guy or whatever. I don't know what his name is, and he has that little light thing that he bought, and he put greens in there, and it sprouted in his house, and it looks like, I guess, is it solar lights or something like that?
Yeah, I use 50-watt LED light grow lights in the full spectrum, and I actually do have video on that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's basically it, and then you throw them in your salad. The radishes are very nice for microgreens. A lot of people grow peas. Peas and sunflowers are actually the most popular microgreens you can buy or grow.
Well, I like broccoli. Not broccoli. Hang a minute. I want to think of the ones I like. That I tried growing. I really didn't grow it that well. I didn't like them. The taste of them, they were too spicy. But I'm trying to think. Is it radishes? There's just different ones that I like. I can't.
The Sanga purple radishes are very good from True Leaf Market. You can buy that, Rachel, from trueleafmarket.com. And you can get the seeds for that and grow microgreens.
Look at what I have. I have some seeds that I bought, but I didn't end up liking the taste. They're too peppery for me.
The most popular seed types for microgreens are sunflowers and peas.
Oh, okay. See, I can't eat that much sunflower.
Yeah, now I'm talking about restaurants. They actually you can sell these to restaurants, and you can actually make a business out of it.
Oh.
Microgreens for sunflowers and peas, and then the radishes are number 3, and there's a few of them, but I actually grow those during the wintertime for salads.
So you have a microgreen seeds 5-part salad sprout mix. So it's a combination of, well, I don't know. I forgot all the seeds are in here, but you can see it's a big bag of seeds. I ended up doing it one way. I really didn't like it at all. It was like too peppery for me.
Well, I might have ate that before because I eat like this green. I don't know. It comes in like a mixed thing with all kind of stuff.
Yeah, if you don't like microgreens, you can let it grow to baby greens. The peas probably not advisable, but and sunflowers. But stuff like the radishes, you can let them grow a little bit bigger, and they're actually delicious. They're spicy a little bit in your salad.
Mm-hmm.
They taste like radishes as far as I'm concerned.
I don't even eat radish. I don't think.
You don't like radishes?
I don't think so.
Radish is a little spicy and hot, depending on some are hotter and some are mild. But
Yeah, I think I tasted it and I just didn't like it.
I actually do cilantro too, by the way, for microgreens, and
I
do
love
onions
cilantro.
and everything else, and lettuce. Lettuce microgreens. I really don't like the microgreens for lettuce, for gourmet lettuce, so I actually let it grow to a baby green, and then I harvest it. But you just chop the tops off, and they keep on growing again, so you can have them for like 3 to 4 months without planting again.
Okay. Yeah, I'm planting cilantro now for the bearded dragons.
I hate cilantro.
I love it.
I actually am letting cilantro go to seed in the greenhouse for more seeds.
I love it. When I go to the Mexican restaurants, oh my God. I'm like, cilantro, please, with onions and whatever.
See, cilantro is something. If you ask, you're either going to really, really like it or you're going to hate it. That's what cilantro is. It's like in between.
Actually, the other name for cilantro is coriander.
Yeah, coriander. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah, I know. Yeah. They dry it out and it's a spice.
You know, eggplant is called what is it called in the UK? I forgot.
Okay. Miss Southern Belle says, hello, everybody. Hi, Miss Southern Belle.
Hello.
Eggplant's called corrugates, or they're in England and the UK and stuff like that. They call it a different name.
Eggplant's called something different?
Yeah.
Let's see what
corrugates.
Let's see what they got. I Googled a lot.
Nana, do you know anywhere in Canada to get microgreen seeds?
Online, you can buy them on. I bought mine on Amazon.
Amazon, okay.
Yep. You should be able to find them, but I don't particularly like the ones I got. But I didn't grow them the way you're supposed to grow. You grow them in a tray. I did it when I first learned about it. You can do them in a jar, and you shake it up in a mason jar. You put a whole bunch of water, then you let it dry out in a dark spot. And I had a air venting thing for a mason jar. And what happened is, though, what I didn't like was when it came, it grew and everything, but I had the seed, like when you bit into it, you had the shell kind of in it. It was gross.
Those are called sprouts, not microgreens.
Okay, sprouts. Maybe that's it. Yeah, maybe sprouts.
Microgreens are grown on a tray.
But it's the same. You're using the same thing. Only it's
not really, because you don't actually grow them on a tray on a substrate if you need to. Peas you don't have to, but you grow them on soil or a tray, and then you cut the tops off, and that's what's called microgreens.
Right. Right, but I'm just saying it's the same seeds you're doing. You're just putting it into soil and then cutting the tops off. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Same seeds. That's all I'm saying. The sprouts are, you're right, in a jar with sprouts, and taking the same seeds and putting them in soil, which probably tastes better because you're not going to get all the shells or whatever.
Well, you run the risk with sprouts of actually getting salmonella because, or also the other diseases, because when you do sprouts, they're actually hatched within the water, and you get all that stuff with it. But when you do microgreens, you grow them and you just cut the top off. Okay. I'll be right back. I change the water.
Oh, they call it aubergine eggplant in the UK. Anyways, yeah. Why do you want to try growing microgreens?
I think I am. Yeah, I might. I've been thinking about it for a while, actually.
They're really, really delicious. Actually, they're really good if you know how to grow them good. I've had them at restaurants, and you had them on salad instead of having lettuce. You have the microgreens as like on top of a sandwich, right? You use them instead of lettuce, and it's delicious. It tastes really good.
Yeah, I was going to try them on burgers or whatever, right? Like.
Yeah, it just substitutes and it's more healthier than most lettuce. Like Drop was saying, iceberg lettuce is the worst. I don't really want to grow it because it has no health benefits at all to you.
Okay.
Lettuce, it's the worst one to grow. Romaine has more health benefits to grow than that, and the other ones I have are a little better. But romaine is one of the better ones. If you start looking up what health benefits and nutritional factors in it, it's one of the better ones.
Okay.
To grow lettuce. Yeah, I was just looking at what you said, eggplant or aubergine. Aubergine. What are you saying about how do they say eggplant in England? So anyway, so what is everybody up to? You guys, obviously, we enjoy talking gardening here. So Mike, you got any comments, or Rachel, you want to jump in? It doesn't have to be about gardening, but you know me, get me started, and I'm on that kick. So I try not to do that, but I can't help it. I do enjoy it. So.
Well, I was having fun listening to it all, but I will admit I got to go for a few minutes because I need to bring the garbage out before it starts getting dark here.
Sure, we know what that means. Wink, wink.
Okay, so I'm gonna go water the lawn, or
That's what it is. I knew you're going to water the lawn. That's what it was. So one day I'll go back out east again there. That's what I'm going to tell you. I have not been to see Mike yet. Mike's probably going to hide when I go to Washington. I have been to New Orleans and I've been to lots, and I've been out east, but never, I haven't been to the island.
Well, you got to come sometime.
Wait, you live on an island?
I do.
Yeah.
Oh, Canada has an island?
Well, they have the mainland, Newfoundland, and most people will call it, that's not from Canada, will say Newfoundland, because that's
how the rock.
But it's Newfoundland, and they have the main island, and then they have an island off it, like a mainland, and then the island. And then we have another island, Prince Edward Island.
That's right.
That's another province. So I guess we got a couple parts that are an island, but it's not like
Vancouver Island.
It's not like Hawaii, though. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like quite like that. But PEI is beautiful. Oh my God, I did fall in love with PEI when I went there.
Red soil.
And yeah, the soil was beautiful, and I keep thinking it was probably sulfur in it. I don't know. And then what I got a kick out of was there's a lot of parks, and the little baby foxes. I always saw them on Disney. They had these little baby foxes. Well, they look like the way Disney drew them, those little foxes. That's what they look like in Prince Edward. They look like animated foxes. It was funny.
So you live by the Atlantic, right?
Right in the
by like Greenland and all. The lake, what is it, Labrador Sea or whatever?
Yep.
I'm looking it up. I thought it was on the other side.
No, that's BC.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he's on the East Coast. We have the West Coast, and basically Central is where I am. Like my daughter's out west. Yeah. 3 areas, just like you guys got in the States. You got a lot. It's funny though, because you guys got technically more like states, and all of it. We just have like the 10 provinces. I believe we didn't have any more than 3 territories because we only had 2, and that's what we got. But yet we have the biggest land space, way bigger. It's the biggest in the world, land wise. So that's what makes it me laugh when I think about it. It sounds like we're just like the little country town of Canada, and yet we're the biggest land mass in the world.
So, what's her name? She lives in Canada too. Sawaki. What's her name?
Who?
Sagwa. Well, I don't know that name.
Do I know her?
Yeah, she comes in here.
I don't know anybody that's. There's Miss Canadian Scrapper that I met through Miss Southern Belle. She's Canadian out there, and I think she's out west.
Sawaki.
I don't know that.
It's SAK something.
Sakuna.
Sakuna, yeah.
No, she's from Scotland.
Oh, she's from Scotland. Okay.
Yeah, no. There's only basically I don't think I know anybody than me and Bill, which is Newfound Drone, and Miss Canadian Scrapper. That's the main 3 Canadians that I actually know. I don't know anybody. Most people are from the States or the UK or Australia that I know.
Okay, she's from Scotland.
3 generations removed from Canada. Hey. No, actually, my great grandfather was an actual agricultural engineer. Lived in Toronto.
Okay, you know what he's telling Bill? He wants us to give him partly. As a Canadian, he gets to be like a third Canadian because his background's from Canada. So we grant you a third. We have no power, but we grant you a third Canadian.
He could be an honorary Canadian.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, actually, I think it probably have dual citizenship in him today, but whatever.
Do you think so?
I don't know. My brother has dual citizenship,
You-
but actually he became English.
Well, there's what happened was there's a part where if you did not go and do the paperwork for it, they automatically you had to pick. Like the new generations don't get to be dual anymore. They have to pick if they want to be Canadian or American.
I'm just going to squat. Nobody cares.
I like that word squat. That I've been watching a movie on that where there's a house and they leave and you just go live in their house.
Yeah, the bear's hair, man.
Have you ever heard that? Because I was watching a movie about how they were squatting in really expensive houses, and I thought there was some kind of I don't know if it was in the States or somewhere where if you squatted in a house for so long that you took ownership of it.
Yeah,
That
that's
was in
what
Georgia.
I was talking about today. Squatting.
Yeah, but
That was in Georgia, by the way.
What in Georgia you can do that?
Uh huh.
See, I heard it. I was trying to tell my husband. I said somewhere I have heard that if you squat in a certain area in a house,
Yeah.
and you're there for so long and no one kicks you out, you can almost take over occupancy of the house. That's scary.
Did you ever see people going in stores sleeping the whole night?
No.
Yeah, there's channels doing that.
So there's channels that are getting in the stores and doing like
Just
videos.
going in stores like IKEA and whatever.
Like probably in the bathroom, right? Hiding in
Building a fort in probably Walmart's, I don't know, paper towel aisle or something. Building a little fort in behind it and just going in behind and sleeping.
Oh yeah. Sorry,
Until the
Passion.
next day.
She slipped in there. Passion's Canadian too, but she's married to somebody from the States. Sorry, Passion. I didn't mean to leave you out. You weren't here.
Not in our Walmart, I could tell you that much.
Well, I've never heard of it either that somebody squatted in a Walmart here. So
yeah.
Well, basically, there's a lot of cheap land in Canada, especially in the Midwest part of it. And if you want to buy it and you can pass the background checks, you can become Canadian anytime you want to.
Well,
I think I'll do that. You're in trouble, Nana.
Yeah. Go ahead. Good luck. Let's see how that works for you. Come on, please be the first one to try that. I want to see.
I just have to get my 45 across the border to take care of the bears.
You're not going to be able to get across. That's what I was going to say.
Well, I can get across the Canadian border. That's no problem. I can do that right here from Spokane. There's so many unguarded areas of the Canadian border. You have no idea.
Well, okay, so you want to come illegally because I know that they're not allowing people to come across, so that's totally different. He wants to come across illegally and then squat somewhere in the country and then start building a house. No, I've been here this long. I don't know if you're allowed to. I don't think you're allowed to do that. That's one of this thing.
Actually, you are. I could buy land up in Canada. They give land away if you really want it, but it's not desirable.
Well, I don't know about that part.
Crown land, maybe.
I never heard of
No,
that.
I'll give you acres and acres of land. You know, you can have any land you want, and you can live there anytime you want to. Just have to pass the criminal background check.
Are you saying you can't pass it? I'm just kidding.
I probably can. But I'm already
Well, I'll just call it the Free State of Canada.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what you're saying there. I'm not going to go against you or with you because I don't know the law that well to say that you're right what you're saying. I'd have to.
I know exactly what I'm saying.
Okay.
One thing I do know about is law because I worked for a bunch of attorneys while I was going to college. So, guess what? I'm pretty good at that stuff. Anyways, yeah. So microgreens are a great thing to grow during the wintertime, Drone. Rachel and Mike.
I'm still here. I'm looking
I'm
at
like Mike.
Newfound.
You just put another mic on your
Newfoundland.
panel there, Nana.
Yeah, no, he's gone to do something. He had to go, I don't know.
Water the grass.
Yeah, something like that. He had to do something outside. He said he was coming back.
Yeah, but it's basically growing stuff is great, and arts and crafts are great. I wish my daughter would do more paintings and drawings nowadays. She says, "Well, she said I don't have time for it in school." Now she's not doing any of it. I don't know what the hell she's doing.
Well, I was just wondering that because you said if your plans are to move away, what would you do? Because you want your daughter to be independent. You want her to move near you, or she's supposed to move on her own wherever that is, and you're still going to do your thing?
Whatever. I mean, I'll let Phoebe figure that out.
Right.
Kids grow up and they move away, or they stay with you, and like the plague. I quit golf for like 18 years plus. Whatever. I'd like to golf again.
Well, that's not hard to do. A lot of nice golf places to go golfing.
I played putt-putt.
Well, I used to, when we got down to putting on the green, I would be like 25 feet away or something like that. I'd do one-handed golf putt and sink it. And it's like, brother just got like, oh, he missed a 4-foot putt. It's like, sorry, dude.
My first real job was on a driving range, actually.
Yeah. I hit right-handed a lot, and then I switched to left-handed hitting on golf, and a lot more consistent with left-handed. I can drive a ball a lot better with left-handed, about the same distance.
Well, I can drive a ball right into the ground. Does that help?
Doesn't help.
Well, I hurt myself. I went golfing, and I'm a terrible golfer, and I hit it, and I hit more the ground than I hit the ball. So it hurts when you hit the ground and not the ball.
Yes, and you can also break clubs doing that too.
Yeah, I didn't break the club, but you can bend them pretty easy.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah, no, it was not my thing, but we had a lot of fun. We'd go with like when we were in the military, and they'd have outings. We'd go all get like we'd get a deal and go golfing all together, and I had a lot of fun. But it wasn't my thing. By the time the 18 holes came, I was like, okay, I'm bored now. I got to get out of here.
I mostly used the 5-wood to tee off with because I could hit about 220 to 240 with it. So
that's far ways.
I know, and you think about the 3-wood, you get really bad results, and so then if I wanted a greater distance, I would use a 1-iron. So
I'll be right back. I gotta run out there. I gotta check on the dogs and that. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no problem.
So anyway, growing microgreens are fun. They're easy to grow in the wintertime. Grow lights are not hard to get. I mean, you can buy not in Canada, of course. It would cost you like 3.5 times as much. Sorry, Dan.
It's true. That's what it's depressing about. Hey, Mike. Yeah. Mike is back. He's sneaking in. I can see him. Hi, Will. How's it going? Will is saying hi to you. All of you guys.
That the test kit that would cost you like $63 United States of America would cost $26. I mean, it's ridiculous.
I know. It makes me sick when I think about. I mean, you got to be realistic though. 26 Canadians, not like 26 US is not 26 Canadian. It's probably. Let me see. I can just do the rate really fast. It's probably like $30-something. But even still, at $30-something, and I'm paying 86. Like that's just nuts. That's just
it's like 63 American right now. I did the conversion of 1.34. Which is 1.34 Canadian dollars to the U.S. dollar. But, the only reason why the U.S. dollar is holding up is because it's the only stable currency in the world right now. You look at the rest of the currencies around the world, they're collapsing, and that's going to be a telltale story in the future. So just keep your mind on top of that one. I mean, I have gold and silver, so I even gave my sister. I asked my sisters, and they're both making like 6 figures a year, and I said, "Do you have any gold or silver?" And they said, "No." I was like, "Are you crazy?" So I gave them each a 1 ounce coin of silver, and I gave them like this. Well, you gotta love this one. I gave them both a Trump golden banknote with a splatter of gold on it, gold clusters, which actually has gold on it, and it's worth about $20 a piece. And one sister, I figured she'd probably say, "Oh, I don't want that damn thing." She took it. The liver one took it.
Gold is gold. It doesn't matter who's on it. Gold is
Yeah,
gold.
no kidding. I said, "This is a collector item." I'm sure it's on a dartboard somewhere, but whatever. But it's actually worth money. And so even a small smidgen of gold and silver is worth something. I bought my 1 ounce silver coins for $14 a piece, and they're selling for like 25 now. I'm not a fool. So, gold and silver is a good thing to have, a little bit of it. You don't have to go crazy on it, overboard. But if you buy a little silver here and now and gold once in a while, it's worth it. Really is. I mean, that stuff holds up over time, over currency and everything else. And I think a lot of people should think about buying a little bit of gold and silver. Silver is nothing else.
Well, I would say on that behalf, that's only if people have the money, because a lot of people work really hard and don't have the money. That's what I'm going to say.
Well,
You have enough money to live, not enough money to buy gold or silver. But if you have the money, I get it. If you have the money, sure.
Well, a lot of people have to work to live, but they also can, you don't have to live in a castle to actually afford things. So I don't live in a castle.
I hate to tell you, in Canada, yes, we do. Just kidding.
Well, I'm sure it is, because I look at the house prices over here in Spokane right now. A cheap ass house, 2 bedroom, 1 bath, and stuff like that, is a couple $100,000. And you look at you want a starter home, it's like 400,000. It's ridiculous. You go look over in Redmond where my sister lives, or Bellevue. Their houses are worth $600,000 or $700,000, and they're just starter homes. I should have bought a house over there a long time ago, but instead I moved to Georgia because I fell in love with a Georgia girl. But even that house over there, when I left it, it's worth almost $300,000. We bought it for $140,000.
We hear you, Mike.
Yeah, when's the popcorn done, dude? Come on now. Things have gone up, and I've even gained $30,000 in this place I bought. So I'm seeing a lot of cheap property. 5-6 acres and nice wooded places with some with even wells and stuff like that. And I'm like, and no restrictions for building. And I'm like, maybe I want to move. Maybe I want to move. I could buy the property outright and spend a lot of money, but then I could actually just sell some parcels, and buy it with that and keep what I got. So I'm thinking about that kind of situation too, because Roy, I just want to grow a garden and grow old, growing gardens and growing food is one of my passions. Always has been.
It's quite fun. Rewarding.
Yeah.
Very rewarding.
Yeah, it's peaceful, and you live off the land, and it's it's a natural lifestyle. If you think about it, drone,
It is, yeah.
So
It's kind of like going back to the way it used to be. That's what it reminds me of.
yeah, I like having chickens. I like I would like to have a hog and some goats and couple of cattle, cows.
Well, where I'm from, like on the island where it was secluded, everybody years ago used to grow their own food and have their own cattle, everything, right?
Right.
So
Now you don't, right? Drone.
we don't now. No, it's everything's commercialized. So, but I mean, it's starting to go back to the way it was because people are starting to grow food again. But this is not like it used to be, right?
Right.
Yeah, well, there's nothing wrong with growing your own food, and you can still have earth ships and underground houses, stuff like that. I think that's another thing we need to go back to too, by the way, because I don't think we need to have energy, being provided for us. I think we can provide it for ourselves.
And why not? But we can't do it because we have to pay. Can't live off the grid. I don't think you can you?
Well, you can if you have a community where they don't require it, but otherwise you have to have an electric connection. I mean, I
Yeah.
know that for a fact that here, even if I want to use my own solar, which I do a lot of, I probably produce about 500 kilowatts a month on my
Wow.
own.
So what size solar panels are you running? How many watts?
Well, I'm running a 2K system, a little bit over that with a couple windmills, because
Okay.
we get wind all the time here.
Okay.
And the average wind around here is like 10 to 15 to 20 miles per hour, or if you want knots, that's a different story.
Yeah.
So I'm literally producing 500 watts of power all the time with the windmills alone,
Wow.
and they run 24/7.
Bill is cheap.
Yeah,
you
but
could do that. You could do that with water and everything, right? Like,
well, water's a different story because there's artesian wells in town. There's 5 of them, and then there's been idiots that poisoned the artesian wells. So the city water's actually in a point where they're not being poisoned, and there's actually a well around my property or over the property. So drilling into basalt is a different story. So that's the reason why I want to move. And
I
make
meant
this
like
run a
put a little
property.
turbine in like a stream or something.
I don't have any streams around my area except for down the road and Lake down the road. There's all kinds of water here, but no real free flowing water. So that's another major point why I want to move.
Okay.
And that's why I'm looking for other properties with I can actually use hydro to actually produce, a stream that's running 24/7 even during the winter.
Yep.
I can actually just hook up my hydro to that and produce a considerable amount of power, probably around 1.5 to 2 kilowatts an hour,
Yep. Depending on whatever turbine you're using, I guess, is it? Drop?
Well, yeah, I can actually just, if I have the running water, I know how to configure the system because I'm an engineer, electrical, so I don't have any problem with that as far as solar either, and integrating all that stuff, that's not a big problem for me. A lot of people were like, I found electrical power, what am I going to do? You know what? If there's no electrical power here right now, I can actually have a pump that I can power with solar and my inverter still there, and actually pump water out of the river or the lakes around here and actually, provide power and water. using solar during daytime and storing batteries because they do have extensive battery packs.
Deep cell or whatever they're called.
Yeah, they're deep solar, but they're you can discharge them about 40%. They're not the lithiums, and around here it wouldn't make any sense anyway if you had to put them outside because you get below a certain temperature, then the lithium iron or lithium ion batteries do not perform, even though you can discharge them 10%. So
unless you got them running all the time.
yeah,
So
and everything's good with that. I mean, I could actually, if I wanted to, I could hook up a solar panel like Solar or something like that for $7,000 and then just not pay for a lot of stuff and put a lot more solar panels up and blah, blah, blah.
I've thought about it for a long time, actually. Just putting a few solar panels at the back of the house, but I mean, if I get caught,
well, I'm actually want to build a greenhouse cabin, but right now I can't find any pressurized wood to actually build a foundation and the frame for the bottom of it.
People drop.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry too. I'm sorry, but we were having a good deep conversation that time.
Just like
You a nature man.
Nana, you there?
oh yeah, I'm listening to you guys. I talk all the time, and I was just like talk. So I talk all the time. It's kind of nice just getting a little break and listening to somebody else talk. So we're good.
Okay,
It's good right now, Will, but it's not. The humidity sucks.
Well, one of the things I like to do is I like to explore the abilities of a environmental situation of a homestead, and whether you can use solar, wind, or hydro. So that's probably one of the things that's most important. And geothermal is one of the most important things because you can actually regulate your house with it, and you can actually live in the middle of the desert or in the middle of the Arctic and live comfortably without any other heat source.
Yeah, a lot of people around here got solar, them solar lights on their house.
Uh-huh.
It started after was it after Katrina? A lot of people started putting them on their houses.
Yeah.
I know one lady, her electricity bill is like $60 a month. I'm like, what? She's like, yep. But they're expensive though, them solar panels.
It's initial investment, but if you depending on where you live, if you live in Canada, you want like a 30 kilowatt system. Okay, if you live in like Los Angeles or San Diego, a 12 kilowatt system will actually, fill the bill.
Yeah.
Because you have less light during the winter, especially where Nana lives. 30 kilowatt system probably, a must. But the problem is that solar won't solve everything, and if you have a fast running stream in the north that doesn't freeze up during the wintertime, you can put a hydroelectric thing in there and actually use a combo unit to actually convert power to provide power for the house.
I've seen people modifying alternators to do it.
Yeah, alternator's not the best thing to do. And then also you have to talk about battery storage and battery uses. And there's like 5 different configurations for like solar and wind and hydro. Mm-hmm. So and actually they're not expensive anymore. The solar panels are very cheap. You can buy some solar panels right now that one guy was talking about he bought them for $70 a piece, and they're like 250 watt solar panels, or different. They put 316 watts on houses now in California, but you got to realize they're 24 volt. You have to actually be able to utilize the 24 volt, put that into a battery array and stuff like that. So, yeah, I've studied this many times, and I used to design power supplies for military applications for the military industrial complex, so I know all this stuff. Yes.
That's cool. That's really cool.
They have regulations, though, depending on where you live, whether you can actually run solar panels or not.
Oh,
That's
really?
right.
Yes. It's not just, I don't think it's legal to run it everywhere you want to run it. You know, and plus, when I looked into it I was going with the company to put it on my roof. It wasn't worth it. They were like, they would make so much. It was worth a lot of money, actually, way too much. I couldn't afford to buy solar panels for my house. And then if I went with the company, I would get like very little money from it. They would use the value of my house, and then I guess after so many years, I would own the panels. But
Yeah.
but then by the time you're done, and they would take care of the roof while they're running it and making the money from you being on your roof, and then you get a few years later. But then after that, it's totally up to you to have to fix your roof with these panels, and the panel energy won't be as high as it was in the beginning, obviously, because they go lower and lower as the older the panels get. So I did look into it. I wanted to do it, but then I found out way too expensive to buy, and it wasn't worth putting on my roof.
Yeah, they make it a rocket, Nana. Seriously. And then there are states in the United States where, like Nevada, where they penalize you for if you have to backfeed the power. And also, the one thing I don't like about if you're actually attached to the grid, they actually require you to use a smart meter to actually monitor all this stuff. And then they also tell you, you got $500 in credits, but you can't cash it out because it's only with us.
Well, you guys don't have smart meters, do you? Because we have them now. It's the law.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do, Nana.
I'm not sure if everybody has them.
If you have solar, Nana, if you have solar in the United States, you have to have a smart meter in your house.
Oh, well, what a ripoff that is, and you already know that. I mean, that's a control over it, and that was the point when I was kind of not knowing what we got. I thought it was simple as you get the panels, you can make money from them. You sell the energy, basically the excess energy. Or actually, I totally thought that I could have the panels and run my whole house on it. And that was no. The restrictions are it's sold to the government, and the government. It's weird. It won't even, they give you a check. It doesn't even go towards your hydro or gas or, well, not gas, sorry, but electrical bill. It was like a separate check that comes to you, but not, they don't, it has no, like they're totally separate. I don't know how to explain it to you, but it was terrible and it was a ripoff, and I didn't waste my money or get involved with it at all.
Yeah, it's a total ripoff, Nana. And like I was trying to tell you, they have waged a war against people being independent and off grid. That's all there is to it.
Well, I don't disagree with you. I think that it's almost like a control issue, because if you were doing yourself now, those poor government people are never going to get money from you because you're off grid and running your own thing, and they'll make no money. And it's all about money. It always is.
It is. It's all about money.
Everything's all about money, no matter what. It's sad to say that, but it's the truth.
That's why I'm looking for an off-grid property where I have no restrictions for building, being off-grid or anything like that, because I don't want the hassle of dealing with the beast system. I don't want to deal with the government. I don't want to deal with the corporation. I don't want to deal with anything. Okay?
Yeah. Well, I got a question to ask you, because I'm not an expert here, even in Canada, but what I'm going to say is, if you go anywhere and get lots in Canada, okay, you're going to still have the regulations of whatever you want to do. There's still regulations of it that you have to get the approval for to have it. I don't know if that's in the States the same. Like, how you're saying that you want to go run off grid somewhere else in a location. Is that legal in the States to do that?
Yeah, it is in a lot of parts of the states around here. And in fact, if I wanted to, I could just tell them to cut up on electricity and go screw themselves. But then I'd be on my own if I needed electricity. But the certain point is that, I would have trained bears to actually track them down and kill them all. I had to do that.
I enjoyed it.
I know.
That's funny.
But as far as running solar and wind and hydro, I'm actually very attuned to this and know how to do all this stuff. So it's not a big. I would love to build an Earthship in the middle of New Mexico and just say goodbye. And I'm thinking about doing it too, by the way. So,
A
that's
ship in where? Mexico?
I'm thinking about New Mexico or other parts of the country, wherever we can do it legally without them screwing with me. Yes,
A ship? Like
an Earthship.
what's that?
Oh my God.
I'm sorry, I'm clueless. I'm not.
Oh no! All of it is laughs at droppers and goes, he's an alien. Didn't you know that?
Yes. I'm a half alien, just like
Oh,
Nana
a
is.
ship.
Okay,
You
we
are.
came to this planet to conquer you. You're all gonna die.
I'm getting you think you're an alien there. Seriously. I mean, there's supposed to be
No.
aliens out there, so maybe drops one of them. You know, I'm just saying.
Yes.
Okay,
I'm a
like a
reptilian,
UFO.
Mike.
Okay.
Come after me, man. Okay, well, an Earthship is actually is a house, not a planet, that's actually embedded into the Earth to use the natural parts of the Earth to heat and cool it. Okay,
If
so
you Google it, I think you can see YouTube videos on it too, like Earth
yeah,
Elements. You can see where they built them. Yeah.
yes, and I'm a big fan of them because I've seen people put them in caves
They're
under
really
the
cool.
Earth and
Yeah.
stuff like that.
Yeah. They're very cool.
Yeah, I would want one of them because that would be the ultimate for me, right, Nana?
Yeah, because you're an alien, of course.
Oh, you remind me of this movie.
It reminds you of the movie. Well, that's Drop. You didn't know that, but that was him in the movie. Just kidding.
People said I have a very soothing voice on the internet, and
You
I
do.
don't know why. Why do I?
I don't know, but you do.
Hi, I'm the alien coming to get you all, and I'm
Could
gonna
be.
make sure you all doomed
No.
together.
That's why he has that smooth voice. Is you didn't know it was a different frequency. That's why.
No, it's because I use my falsetto voice to actually talk to people, because if I actually talk to people with my real voice, they would not understand the damn thing I said, because I have a very low voice and it's like this.
No, we still understood you.
I know, but you know what? When I talk to my real voice like this, then people don't understand me. So I actually learned how to make a falsetto voice to talk to people so they would understand like this right now where you're hearing it. Because my real voice is the lower voice that I told you about.
So
I learned that many years ago to raise my voice up into this different voice, and therefore people would understand me, because it was so low that people would not understand what I said. What I said.
Okay.
And it's not funny because it's really true, because this voice you're hearing right now has been I actually trained myself to actually talk this way instead of talking in my lower voice.
Well, I don't have no lower voice. I could tell you that right now. I'm loud as can be.
Oh, I can hear that. I don't care, eh?
I'm very loud.
Well, I can be very loud too when I start singing, but my whole point is that people have perceptions of voice and tone, and I had to change mine because this was not my normal voice, at all. But the whole point is that the fact is that you have to, when you look at a piece of property, you want to look at whether you can put up solar panels, where you can do the building and stuff like this, have chickens and livestock and stuff like that. I know for a fact that right here, I could just do all that stuff and my neighbors could complain like hell. In fact, the neighbor next door said, if you're ever going to sell a drop, give me first rights of refusal, because he wants to buy this place so bad.
Oh, really?
Yes. And he'll go down to the bank and purchase it. And so I'm counting on that one, because I want to move to another place. It has a lot more trees, a lot more grass, a lot more water, and all that stuff. You see?
I would love to move, but I don't know where to move to because I've only been to the is it the West?
You live in New Orleans.
I
So, you know.
live in New Orleans, so I live in.
That's what I said, New Orleans. Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, I've been to Florida and all the way to Vermont and all of that. So I've never been to the other side of the states.
Okay.
Well,
I'm
Texas
gonna
I've been to.
I'm gonna state this one time and one time only. I already have 1,000 internet wives, and they cannot all move here. Okay, so thank you.
Don't move to Washington. It's a terrible place.
We're all moving there, Mike. So get over yourself. We're coming. We're going to invade all of you people in Washington, D.C. So look out. Our
You got any
tent will
chips,
be
Mike?
for-
Because I ran out of salsa. I can bring in salsa probably because
I wouldn't mind living in like colder weather.
No, you wouldn't. Trust me.
Oh no, you
No,
wouldn't. Yeah.
trust me.
No?
No, you wouldn't. No.
Okay, Rachel, you want to adopt my daughter because you like cold weather? You move up there, and I'll move down south. I'll take your house, and you take mine.
Yeah.
Okay.
I seriously think you would hate it, Rachel. When it's cold, it is cold, and it's like, I mean, I don't explain to you. It's you wouldn't like it if you're used to hot weather. It's damp and cold, and you're freezing. And as you get older, it's even worse because you're colder. My poor mom's freezing right now. It's 80 degrees, and she's wearing a sweater.
What?
Yeah, it's there's something about the dampness, and when it starts to get cold, it's really really cold here. I mean, and I'm not even the cold spot. Go up northern Ontario, and it is freaking terrible. It's like you get frostbite easily, and it's not fun.
Like I like when it's cold down here. I love it.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
cold for you is my perfect temperature, 70 something degrees or 60. But I don't think you're gonna love where it's like below zero and way below zero. No.
Rachel,
Snow every
cold for
day.
you. Rachel, cold for you is
Uh-huh.
like 50 degrees. Okay. It gets, up in Canada where Nana's up, you can get minus 30, minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's not that bad for us, honestly, because where I am. But if you went up northern Ontario, yes, it'd be really, really cold. Here we border with Michigan, so the cold is we kind of call it the banana belt, where it's not as cold as what most of Ontario would be. Like once you go 2 hours away in London, then the it's so different. It's way colder. Like we're cold here, but they're even way colder just 2 hours away.
Oh, really?
And I actually have a couple of real estate agents that are actually right there in Toronto that I work with.
We're almost 4 hours away from them. Toronto's gonna be pretty cold up there, but there's even worse than that. Though I'm just saying, up north, way up north, is really really cold.
See, our weather, like when it's cold here, it's like
7 degrees.
it's not dry cold. It's like
But actually,
cold.
my daughter moved out west. Okay, she's in Edmonton, Alberta. That's even worse than Ontario. She was telling me the temperatures they get, and it is freaking way worse than I have. It's way colder out there out west.
Bitter cold.
Oh yeah. I have a couple friends over there, Nana, Mike, and Jim. They actually live there with their wives and stuff like that. It's cold in Edmonton. Yes, trust me.
Worse than here. It is. It's,
I know.
Well, my cousin, she one of my twin cousins, she lives in Maine now and she loves it.
All we're saying though is, okay, if you want to know what it feels like, if you enjoy it, go in a freezer. go in where they freeze beef. Go in there for a while. See if you like that temperature.
When I used to work in restaurants, I used to go in a freezer all the time.
Yeah, because to cool off.
Okay, well,
I'll share a video. Is it okay?
Let's cut to the chase, Rachel. Okay,
Show you what.
if you step outside when it's really cold in the Midwest or Canada,
Meow meow to you, Will.
okay, your lips will freeze, your nose will freeze if it's not covered, and you will have a headache by the time you walk 100 feet to the other building. Okay. Does that
I
make
don't
sense
mind
to you?
putting a jacket on and all of that.
No, you don't understand. I'm trying to tell you the truth.
Oh,
It's so cold there that you walk 100 feet to another building without any protection on your face, you will have a brain freeze.
okay. I just want to play in the snow.
Can I share a
There's
link,
no snow
Nana?
there's nothing but ice.
No, Jesus. No, that's a little ridiculous.
There's no snow. It's just
It's a
ice.
little ridiculous now. When it snows, believe it or not, it's not that cold. Because snow, when it's really cold, it won't snow. And I was going to say, Bill, how cold is it on? I don't know. I don't know.
I can share a link to show you.
Give her a link to show you.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think they got it out east pretty cold too, compared to, if I thought about it, maybe up north is not as cold. Because I know out west is pretty cold. It's worse than us.
Have you
Where I'm
watched?
from, for sure. All of the areas are worse than my. I'm actually quite lucky. It's cold.
If you think about it now, the middle of the country in the U.S. actually gets really cold from the Arctic weather
Right.
coming down,
Yeah.
and like in Columbus, Ohio, you try to walk outside, or Detroit in the middle of winter without a mask on or nothing like that, you will freeze your nose off and you will have a headache in minutes.
Well, I have been to Illinois. Yeah. Is it Illinois? Chicago. Yeah, Chicago, Illinois. I went there in around, was it February? January, February. And it was cold, but I mean it was not that cold, but the weather was good up there.
When it's 40 below or 60 below Fahrenheit, you will freeze your butt off and your face needs to be covered or you're done.
See, we're pretty lucky. It gets like that, but it's never, like, I've had frostbite in my fingers, but I've never had, and that was when I was little because I didn't wear gloves. But my face isn't too bad. We put a scarf on, but it here does not get that bad where you can't walk a distance and freeze to death. But it does get really cold, and your fingers can get frostbite and your toes can get frostbite. Yes. Yeah.
I've seen it before when I was outside, and my eyelids would freeze together every time I blink.
Yeah. I don't know.
It used to get cold here when I was little. Like we used to have all 4 seasons when I was little. But now it's like we don't have winter no more. Winter just like, vanished.
Well, most of us that have it don't like it. That's what I'm going to tell you. But it comes with the territory. To have 4 seasons, you're going to have it. That's my worst season is winter. I hate it, but it is what it is. I mean, it's we're lucky. Actually, when you think about it, okay, because we have that, that's our advantage. It kills off all kinds of bugs, go dormant, and areas where it doesn't get that cold. That's why the bugs, the ratio is really high there. They're not going to die off. Where us, it gets so cold, they die off, and then they come back again. Actually, that's the whole thing with butterflies too. There's a thing with the monarch butterflies is when they come here and they do their round back to Mexico, all the milkweed dies off and comes back. But there's a germ or fungus or whatever you want to call it on milkweed that should die off. If it doesn't, that's what actually monarch
Nana.
Go ahead. Go for it.
Nana.
So excited.
Kevin Fuglefam was talking about monarch butterflies over there in Colorado.
Well, that's cool. That's good.
He did a video on that. Kevin Fuglefam, he did one over there on about the monarch butterflies, and he was filmed a whole bunch of them for like 5 or 10 minutes.
Well, that's good, but it doesn't mean. There's lots of areas that are they're not overpopulated. I'm taking that back. It's not overpopulated. There's lots of areas that have a lot. It still doesn't mean that there's enough. Because I was doing that thing, and it was like. It was so ridiculous. It was 500 million butterflies died in one bad weather that was a winter storm, and they got hit by it. It was disgusting. I saw a picture of it, and it just takes one bad weather condition to lose a whole lot of them. So
yeah, he was growing milkweed in the backyard, and the butterflies were all over there. You would love it.
I would have loved it. You want to know that we actually even have my family trained to look up butterflies now because they really didn't. Even my own family didn't. And they'll go, "Oh, there's a monarch butterfly," but you know what? How many I saw? Oh, there's a monarch. Maybe once every day or a second day. One. I didn't see tons. I see one. That's not good, actually. To see.
I haven't seen one in like 3 years around here.
But are they supposed to be in your area? Yeah,
Yes.
probably,
Yes.
right? 'Cause
Yes.
it's a lot of states that they go through. I was looking and I was like, holy frick, it's all part of California. They go one direction and they go the opposite direction all the way down through all the southern states and through Michigan and lots of areas that they cover through.
I was in Baton Rouge today, and I was visiting this lady, it's actually my best friend's mom, and she has milkweed.
That's great. You make sure they save it. When everybody sees it, don't let anybody pull it out, because that's what happened to me. I was naive too. I didn't know what milkweed was until my friend introduced me to it. And it was in the park next door. And she said, oh, I hope they don't get rid of that. And I was like thinking, okay, so what's milkweed? Big deal. And the lawnmowers came and cut it all down, and it was gone. And now I know how vital it is that I
The
transformed.
chickens like milkweed.
Sorry?
The chickens like milkweed.
They can't have any.
They've been eating it all.
Then you gotta get your chickens, stay off the milkweed. You need more. Your
She
chickens-
said I
chickens
could
are
have
evil.
some milkweed, so I don't know. I guess I'm gonna have to pull it out the ground or something.
You gotta watch how you do it though, because it has to be small, and it does not like to be. I'm learning this myself. I'm barely keeping them alive, but I had 5 plants. 4 plants have to get watered really good. They have to be smaller plants. Don't transplant a big plant because it's going to die. And you need to get all the root of it, the whole root ball. And I'm barely, like I said, I'm barely keeping them alive, but they're alive. And if once they get like, what's the word I want to say? Like grounded, once they're in there and they root, then they're going to come up with like one long stream, and they'll poke up through the dirt all along the one. Like you'll have one, and then to the right, you'll have another one and another one. Like they go sideways, kind of the way they grow, if you get it growing. And
Okay. So should I
cool.
buy a big pot or something?
No,
Or
don't
should
put them in a pot. They got to stay in the ground. Don't put them in a pot. They
got to stay in the ground.
Yeah, and when you dig them, you got to watch you don't wreck the root ball, because there's a bulb beneath it, and it normally is attached to another plant further up, because that's how they kind of grow sideways, and the roots pop up. So, where's that plant? Like you can't leave it where it is.
Well, it's in somebody's yard. I was gonna dig it up and
Is it a baby one?
I don't know. I forgot to ask her. Next time I go over there, I'm gonna see what
So if you do that, make sure you don't wreck any of the root ball, and then you move it over and you water it all the time. You have to keep it totally wet until it roots to where it's at. And you can actually do this. You can also take a bottle of water, a glass bottle, and put it sideways in, so constantly water is running down to the root of it.
Oh, okay.
Like keep it constantly watered, okay, until it gets rooted. So that's what I did. I actually took, and I hate plastic bottles that clogged up, but I used the glass, because the weight of the glass seems to stand up better diagonally at a 45-degree angle going down. It doesn't clog up, and the water comes out of a glass bottle. And try to find a glass bottle nowadays. That's very hard. You can find a wine bottle maybe, but like a pop bottle is all plastic now.
No, I could get a root beer bottle.
Yeah, well, just
I actually, Nana, if you want to hear me,
Yeah.
I actually have these 5-gallon buckets that actually have root taps for trees to water trees,
right.
for the root,
Mhm.
and you can actually drive that down in the ground, and then you can put that 5-gallon plastic bucket in there and fill it up, and they actually, supply the water with
No, that would be
tree
it.
with water. Yes.
Yeah, that's excellent. But unfortunately, not everybody has the money or cannot get access to that. So I'm just
Why? You always say that. Why?
because not everybody has a lot of money. Like I don't have a lot of money to buy everything. I'm just saying it. It's the truth.
But I write everything off on taxes.
Well, because
You're an engineer, man. Shoot.
I don't have that luxury that you have. You know where I live, because I'm just telling you that I know a lot of people, and they do not have a lot of money that they can afford all that. So a glass bottle of water, like a pop bottle that's recyclable, which I like doing, is way cheaper. But you know what? Your route is good too. I'm not saying knocking that at all.
It saved me from paying taxes this year because I wrote off like $13,000 worth of taxes.
Well, not all of us are as lucky as you. I'm just saying.
Well, hey, that's a smart.
Some
You're
of
a smart
us.
man.
I'm going to see. Some of us actually have to use coupons.
You know what? If anything you use on this channel, Nana, or
Yeah.
the other channel, it's
Yeah.
a runoff. Okay. For the U.S., I don't know about Canada,
No.
but it's a runoff. If
Oh,
I,
really?
yeah.
If it's a write off if you're making money or whatever.
Well, if it's
No, it's not.
monetized,
It's not a
right?
write-off. You're doing a business, so you can write off anything if you're doing a business, if you're losing money. Okay. So if I give somebody a donation for like a whatever, like $50, it's a camp. It's considered advertising. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. So if I buy a product to do in a video in the United States, it's considered part of the business.
Oh, cool.
I get it, but we don't have it's not quite the same here. But I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, that's
If
what
you
I
turn- if
wrote
you
off
turn
several
YouTube channel
thousand
into a
dollars.
business- No, I get it. If I turn this into a business and you're claiming all the things, like for instance, a crafting thing, I can actually claim everything from my pens, paper, all kinds of stuff. Anything I use crafting is a write-off.
Yeah. But you're not in the U.S. and you actually have your super chat on, but you're considered a business, so consider that from Canada's side, hey?
No, I understand what you're saying, but I would never. It's just too much work, and I wouldn't do it. But I know.
That's what I do, and I don't pay taxes because I actually write everything off because it's actually educational.
Oh, so now I see, because I always wondered why. I asked you that before, and a couple of you, and I never really spoke to you on this, saying, how come you do all this work on a YouTube thing, but you don't care if you get donations, you don't care if you get any money, because you're writing it as a tax deduction. So that's why. Now
That's right. Because I write as tax deduction.
You're not the only one. I'm sure other people are doing the same thing and that's why they go, oh no, I don't want to make a dime. I don't want to make any money, because that's their write-off.
No, I'd like to make millions of dollars off doing a garden channel, but certain fact is, you got to put money in to get money out, and the point is that I write it off because I legally can do that under tax laws.
Right. No, I get it. Because YouTube is an American company, it's not quite the same thing as a write-off from Canadian, right? It's because it falls under the U.S., not Canada.
No. If you spend any money to promote your business in any way, anyhow, it's either a donation, a charity, or it's you're writing stuff off as equipment that you buy for your channel to actually present stuff. And so, depending on your country, which I don't know your laws on taxes, but mine, I can write all this stuff off.
No, I get it. But what I'm saying is, if this was a business that was a Canadian business, YouTube,
you're
right?
making it a business because you actually have YouTube enabled for donations.
Yeah, but I'm just saying it's owned by the States. It's not owned by Canada. So it's like not, I don't know. It's I don't know how to explain it to you. Let me see if I go your way. Let's say that this was a business online that was owned by Canada, and I ran it as a business, and any money I made was an income, but I have obviously more deductions than I have income, because it costs me more to run the channel than it actually getting a few $2 here, $10 there doesn't work at all to equal to the amount of money I spend to put into it. No.
Yes, and you can write it off.
I do.
That's why I do it, because that makes sense, and it's legal, and it's actually in my country it's legal, and the IRS can't dispute it. So
right, I get it.
Your country, I don't know. That's a different story.
Yeah,
I think you still can claim YouTube as a business in Canada. I'm pretty sure.
I don't know. Yeah. I don't know if it's.
You better ask your tax person.
What?
I said you better ask your tax.
Yeah, I don't. It is a lot. I don't know. I wouldn't want. I don't care.
You could go back. Depending on your country, you could go back several years or whatever, and actually write stuff off and actually get a check. They probably might write you a check of money. But anyway, I digress, and that's what I'm gonna say. And you know, I work. You know, all the stuff I buy for to educate people with, I write it off. I write it off. I write it off. Everything that I have, because I don't want. You know, if I'm gonna buy something to show something on YouTube, I write it off.
Mhm.
I do.
Yeah, but it's the same thing as you can buy things, or if you buy any kind of camera equipment, and as
I
long as
did. I wrote it off. It's
no, you wrote it off,
depreciable.
but the camera equipment isn't just used for YouTube, but you used it for YouTube, so that it becomes a write-off.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
called depreciable, and it writes off over 7 years according to IRS taxes. So I have several items that are actually written off for depreciables. Okay,
Mhm.
I don't know about your country taxes, but you know you can figure it out, and that's what I do. And so, you know, I'm trying to make videos that make people think, and you know, like you do, and be aware, and to actually educate and learn people. And it's the three fundamentals that I do: educate, inform, and prepare. That's what I do. And so therefore I'm running a business, even though I'm running a nonprofit business, under the radar, I'm still writing the stuff off. Get it?
Yeah.
I do. And I know
Smart
people
man.
do that.
And I do it for free because I'm not going to ask people to pay money to have membership to go do this and that, and, also, if you want to do this business for real, that's fine too. But I just want people to be educated on what I'm saying. That's it.
Yeah. Well, Canada might not be out like, I don't know. Do they have cattle in Canada?
Yeah, they do actually. Yep.
So, I mean, them people probably write it off, huh?
Yeah, they do. They have beef farms and stuff like that, but most of the stuff is going to be barley in the next feature because the short growing season. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, barley is going to be the one thing they're going to go to because wheat is not going to be viable for Canada much longer, unless they live in Western Canada, and then they're going to dip down towards the equator along with Alaska. It's going to be a lot different. Yeah. If you're on the East Coast, you're screwed. You're gonna go into much colder climates and stuff like that. I already know that.
Okay.
Anyhow, I'll let you all go, eh? And good luck on this one.
Sorry. Good luck.
Yeah. Well, Eastern Canada is going to be really screwed along with the Eastern United States. It's going to get a lot colder, a lot shorter summers, and winters are going to be really cold.
Well, Alaska's already
Yep.
Alaska's already they have more daylight.
It's going to become more subtropical because they're going to shift on the 23 and a half dip, and it's going to go to 40. It's going to go in their favor. So
Okay, because I used to watch the Alaskan lumber. They used to knock trees down and stuff. You know what I'm talking about?
yeah, I do.
And they had one people buy like one company or whatever in Alaska, one in I don't know if it was Oregon, one, and they used to fight all the time. It was funny. But they used to knock down all these trees.
No, less dipping towards the equator. That's what's happening, and when a certain thing comes by, it'll tilt towards the 40-degree mark instead of the 23 and a half.
Mm-hmm.
And things are going to change. So, yeah, over New Orleans, over there where you're at, Orleans, Louisiana,
Mm-hmm.
going to get a lot colder.
I love the way y'all say New Orleans, Louisiana.
I've been there. I know what it's about. I make jambalaya like once a week.
It's funny. Oh yeah, jambalaya. Yeah,
I make
but
it
some
once a
people don't know
week.
how to make jambalaya.
It's getting late here. I got to take off, I think.
Have a good one, though, Bill. Thanks for coming.
Thanks a lot for having me. And
Yeah.
You know where to find me.
yeah, and thanks for having me on. And it was a good stream.
Yes.
And
Hey, John. It's nice to talk to you, man.
yeah, it was nice to talk to you too, Drop.
I'm just telling you what's coming. I'm saying.
Yeah. I just got to get going. It's 1:34 a.m. here. That's all.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, I got 12:04, so he's an hour ahead of me.
Oh, he's the hour ahead. Oh.
Yeah.
Hour and a half, yeah.
Oh.
An hour and a half because of the island. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, everybody. Thanks for having me
Good
on.
night.
I'll be talking to you.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, later.
Bye.
Yeah, I believe that I believe you drop when you say about, the earth and all of that stuff. I mean, I read that and my science teacher used to tell us that.
Oh, it's
That
okay.
the north is going to be more colder and stuff like that, and
I've seen it.
and then I know that we're gonna supposedly, like, in the south is gonna get colder too. Not like not like probably when I die and my grandkids are old, that's probably when it's gonna happen.
That's not true. It's actually going to be accelerated. But whatever. You know, I know what's going to happen. I just know. But it's okay.
Well, that's just like
I trust you. You being the alien that you are, we trust you.
well, what we
Thank
believe
you,
is
Nana.
every single
No,
time,
I'm just kidding with you. You know that.
every
But there
single
are
time
supposed to
we
be
have
aliens
dinner.
around.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I said there are supposed to be aliens around.
Yeah, my best friend believes that. But every single time, like, we have like snow or real cold weather, like in the summertime, that's when a hurricane hits. It seems like every single time. Because that's what happened with Katrina.
I remember Katrina. If you think about Katrina, did you see all the stuff piled on houses outside? 20 feet or more of garbage. Every house.
Oh, yeah.
I was down there 2 weeks after it happened.
Oh, you was?
Yes, I was.
Yeah, I went after all that hurricane and all it was so much damage. You could still see it.
I came home. Let's see. I was in Texas when Hurricane Katrina hit, and that was August 29th. So I came home September 11th, and I didn't know how to get home. Like, we couldn't go over the causeway. We had to go, well, y'all don't know the causeway, but the causeway is the longest bridge in the United States. I think it is. Yeah, it is the longest bridge. And we had to go, and I was just following the military men because I didn't know where to go. I was only 20. How old was I? 25?
Yeah, I was in my 30s, but I actually did see all this stuff piled on the side of the road. I mean,
Oh,
there
God.
was stuff piled 20 feet high or more.
Yes, it was disgusting.
Mhm.
The garbage can stunk. We had like flies like crazy for months.
There was no potable water for miles.
We had like and then I noticed that we had different bugs. Like bugs what we never saw before, spiders and stuff. Like we never saw before. It was like different bugs.
Yep.
So I was like, and then some bug just went away.
Yeah, they got swept up from South America.
Yeah, the bugs just went away. And then we got new bugs.
Yep.
I'm like, I never seen this when I was little, and we had to look it up. And then I would call one of my teachers or one of the science teachers. I'm like, you ever saw this bug before? She's like, no.
Well, one of the things you need to know is that Alaska is tipping towards the equator. Okay. So you figure that on your own little scope right there and how that works. Okay.
Wait, Alaska is what to the equator?
Tipping towards the equator.
Oh, tipping towards the equator?
Yes.
Oh.
So you're going to get a lot colder in the east, and the northwest is going to get a lot warmer, more tropical. That's why we got a lot more rain this year where I'm at than normal. I mean, we probably got like double the rain stuff this year. Mm-hmm.
Well, you do hear people, I've even said it myself, that the weather's not typical lately. It hasn't been for a little while. Where you used to have certain temperatures and now it's like going the opposite and extremely higher temperatures than it was. You can certainly see the difference of things.
Oh yeah.
Where you're at, Nana, you're probably going to get a lot colder.
Well, I'll tell you when it comes, because right now it's extremely hot, hotter than normal than it was.
Is it ever 100 degrees up there?
We got close, but we never get 100 degrees, and we've been getting close to 95. And then, of course, with the humidity factor, which we have really high humidity, puts it over 100 degrees. And this is rare. We've never went that high. Our temperatures are really high.
Well, what is y'all index? Y'all heat index?
I don't know what that is. I don't normally check that.
I'll be right back. I got to shut off the water.
Okay. Because our heat index, oh my gosh, it's like over 100 degrees.
Index.
Well, I know Arizona's worse. I hate our well, it wasn't bad today.
So I get the forecast, but the index, I don't have that. Let's see.
The heat index?
See, because it's breaking. Normally, the one when I look at this, it breaks down to winds, humidex, visibility, humidity. I'm looking at it right now, and it's not. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I can't find it. I'd underlisted that like that.
Our heat index was
See, I put heat index for Windsor, Ontario, but I normally put forecast, and the forecast doesn't give you the heat index, not unless I'm missing it. I don't see it anywhere. Let's see. Yeah, just
11. See, it's 11 o'clock here, 11:12,
yeah.
and our heat index right now is 89 degrees.
So that you're saying heat index. You're just saying the weather temperature, right?
Yes.
See, that's all I needed. I could tell you. I'll tell you what it is right now, because
The humidity is 87.
Let's see. What is it right now? Let's see. Forecast. I don't know if it's right now because it says 83 degrees. But Friday. Oh, wait a minute. What's today? Hang on a minute.
Oh, that hurricane.
It's got for the. It doesn't say for right now. It's not saying right now. It's saying 83 degrees. We're going to 83 degrees tomorrow, or today. Well, it's
Okay.
so today. Let me see if I can put something like that. What's the temperature right now?
Yeah, we in the 80s. We in the 80s, and then we're gonna go in the 70s, and then, but oh wait, this is hourly. That's why it's hourly.
Okay, it says right now it's 70 degrees. 12 a.m., which is right now 12:14. So at 12 a.m. it's 70 degrees.
Oh, okay.
Mike, are you still there? Or are you sneaking and eating?
I shouldn't have ate what I did for dinner. My stomach's rolling.
Uh-oh. See, it's gonna be 93 tomorrow, but I bet you any money it's gonna be 93, but it's gonna go up to almost 99.
Yeah. See that, but that is expected where you are, right?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
For us,
the hundreds.
so we shouldn't be this high for us because we're not. That's not. We're way far away from you guys. I mean,
Yeah. But usually in like August,
yeah.
it's so hot for us. And I hate starting school in August because when I was little, we used to start school in September. But they made us in August now. And I'm like, it is so hot. These kids should not be starting school in August. And then I got an email today saying where my son's going. Matter of fact, I got to call the school and find out when can I go. It's like an orientation thing. But they're going to provide computers and all for him to be online for
Well, that's good.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cuz I never even bought any uniforms yet. Cuz I'm like, I'm not going to spend money if they're going to have virtual
Yeah, you don't should know.
I mean, come on, why are you going to
I hate to say it, but that might be a futuristic thing. Is you might have to do teaching through video somehow later.
Oh yeah, I think that's going to be a thing right now, but not right now. It's going to be later on in the future.
Well, it could, but I hate to say it, that's a jobs elimination because
oh yes,
one teacher
your checkout self.
Yeah,
and I mean them poor people.
But how many people actually use that? A lot of people do, and that's their own fault. You don't get paid to check yourself out. So no matter whether I got one thing or 100 things, I still go to a cashier.
well, that's good.
Well,
that is a good thing. I hate to say it sometimes because of the lineup. Sometimes you have no choice but to go to somewhere where it's a faster checkout.
I'll still stand in line.
Yeah.
Yeah, but sometimes I do go to the self-checkout and sometimes I don't. Because some of our Walmarts down here only have like 2 registers and everything else is self-checkout. It just depends what kind of Walmart you go to and how big of a Walmart you go to.
Well, they got rid of 50% of the registers at the Walmart we go to and put self-checkout. But then the other ones, they have to eventually start opening them because the lines get so long in the people that are actually checking you out.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So there might be 5 or 6 actually going. It takes a while before they finally open them up. Otherwise, you can skate over if the liquor store is open, which is usually closed right now. But you can skate over there and bring your merchandise over there and get checked out faster because not many people go in to buy alcohol, and sometimes they coax you to come over so they can have a job to do.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I know.
I can't believe I got to get off soon because it's 4 hours. I've been 4.5 hours. This is longer than the 3 hour one yesterday. Not that it wasn't good. It was a lot of fun. Very interesting.
Well, that's why I go to like now I stopped getting my meat from Walmart and stuff. And I go to like the family owned stores now
Mhm.
and go get my meats there.
Well, that's nice. Actually, it helps the store,
It
right?
helps them, yeah, it helps them. And I'll drive further just to help them out.
Well, that's
And
nice.
they don't have self checkout. So I'll go in, their little stores or I like their meat and I don't care if I have to pay like $1 more for like taco shells or, something like that. I don't
Right.
know if it's $1 more, but I'm just, saying.
Right. Like it's better meat probably than Walmart too.
Oh yeah. But the only thing I like about Walmart is like the vegetable stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I'd rather go there because it's cheaper and they give you more like for like broccoli or something or like a cabbage or something. Like if you go to another place, it's more it's expensive.
You'll find, at least here, I found that you don't buy vegetables and stuff at Walmart unless you're going to use it right away because they rot quicker compared to, well, back when I was living on the farm, I'd go to either Winco or Fred Meyer and buy my vegetables there because if it sat in the refrigerator, it didn't rot right away.
Well,
That's true, Mike, because the vegetables in Safeway are much better, and the fruits are much better around here. Yeah.
Right.
and the family owned stores.
There's not that, in my opinion, there's not that many family owned stores around here, at least in my area.
Uh-huh.
Unless you're going to go to farmer's market, which that's not considered a farmer's or a family store, but the closest you're going to get to a family store is a Minute Mart.
Yeah, I only buy the vegetables like for the dragons. I'll go and I'll hurry up and buy it for the dragons. But like cooking wise, I'll go to another family owned store. Because I go through lettuce and all of that for them quick. That's why I'm trying to grow my own so I'll save my money.
Yeah, that's good. Save your own money and grow your own. I mean, it's easy to do with lettuce.
Yeah, and they like and another thing is when I go to Walmart, they don't have mustard greens. I don't know if it's what's going on, but they haven't had mustard greens. They've been having kale and collard greens and my bearded dragons rather mustard greens and kale.
I got mustard seeds right now.
You growing them now?
I'm not growing now, but I do have them.
Yeah, I'm that's what I'm growing right now, mustard greens and cilantro because my bearded dragons like cilantro.
Yeah, well, a lot of people said they didn't like cilantro. I've heard that before. Coriander. Well, that's what it's called, really. But I do love mustard greens. Yeah, and I love my greens,
Yeah, I have a problem with cilantro. To me, especially when they make you go to a Mexican restaurant and they use it, to me, it tastes like soap. It's a kind of a waxy soap feel.
You're a Yankee.
More than likely.
All you Yankees out there at it right now. Yeah, you're all Yankees. Whatever.
Maybe they don't cook it good.
It's not cooked. It's in there fresh.
Yes, there's a certain taste in cilantro. You, like I said, you either like it or you don't. It's extremely strong.
Good or something.
Huh?
They might not be cleaning it good. I don't know.
No, it has a set taste. I hate it. So it's a taste that I put very little when I go to Mexican salsa. I've made homemade salsas.
Uh-huh.
I add a little bit to it because I still think it needs it because it's Mexican food has sauce that in it, cilantro in it, but I don't like it really, really strong, so I'll cut it back a bit. And yeah, but I don't love the taste. But when you're doing Mexican food, you kind of put a little bit in it.
They all Yankees, Rachel. Come on.
Yeah. No, there's a
Let's
lot.
divide and conquer. Oh, whatever. Another name for cilantro is coriander.
Is that Spanish?
No, it's just a different way of saying it. It's like courgettes is actually eggplant for the UK, but coriander is actually cilantro. I like it in my food. Pico de gallo. I'll make enchiladas with pico de gallo to the side, spicy ones with jalapenos and stuff like that. And these Yankees can't handle that, so whatever.
Well, I'm glad you understand.
Not sure how he became a Yankee, but I'll take it.
Okay, I didn't say Yankees. I said Yanks.
Yanks. I'm still not either one. I'm not
That's
either
a joke.
one. No, I know. It's all good.
People love certain different things, but I'm growing ghost peppers. Most people around here would not love that. Okay.
You know what? Like I can't. I like hot food, but my stomach doesn't like it, so I can't take it. But I like certain hot foods. I like.
I make African food. I make Mexican food. I make American food. I make European food. I make all kinds of food. Even Louisiana food because I make jambalaya all like once or twice a week. I love that.
We have all the countries in Louisiana, almost. Like authentic food, we have it down here.
Oh yeah. I make jumbo shrimp with sausage. I like to use Italian sausage because that's really spicy. And I'll make chicken in that too, chicken breast with rice and tomatoes and onions and everything else. Yeah, my jambalaya just kicks ass. I really like it. I'm proud of it.
I know, Nan. I wish I could bring you some frozen food so you could try it.
Well, I don't. Okay, how do I put this nicely? I've been to New Orleans. The stuff you sent me, I've had the donut part fresh there, and I liked it. There's other things that I ate there that I didn't particularly like, honestly. And I know that New Orleans is known for their food. When I eat at certain restaurants, I don't know, there's certain spices that it wasn't my favorite. That's I'm going to be honest, but I'm not saying that you don't know how to cook food. I love jambalaya, but I do it a different way than different spices than what maybe New Orleans would do. I don't know. I don't explain to you, but we went and the two of us didn't particularly love all the food that was there.
Did you try boudin?
I don't know. We ate right in the what the heck? Right Bourbon Street. We ate right downtown in New Orleans. We did a couple things. We had
you ain't eating real New Orleans food then if you eat down Bourbon Street. Give me a break.
What did you say?
You ain't eat real food from Bourbon Street if you eat down there. Come on now. That's all commercialized nowadays.
Yeah, most of it is. You have to go into like the little hole in wall restaurants
Yep.
to go eat the real,
Creole food. Yeah. Yeah.
the real food. I mean,
Well, I don't know.
some of it is okay. It just depends where you eat it at,
Probably. I don't doubt that, but I wasn't from there, so we ate to try different things because I like trying foods from different places. So if it wasn't the best because of a certain restaurant, yeah, that's true. I agree. But if I would have known somebody that, like, if I knew you at the time and said,
Oh,
"Oh,
I wish you did.
right," if you recommended somewhere, would I go? The only thing that I hate doing is when people kind of say how good it is, and I don't want to insult anybody, but what if you don't like it? Then people get insulted because you like it, and call you Yank because you don't like it. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Well, Nana, if you don't like the food, you just say it to their face and say, "I don't like this spicy food."
No, I do
You know?
say, I would say that without hurting people's feelings. Yeah, I'm not going to lie and say I like some when I don't like it because I won't eat it again. But like I'll say that's okay, or if I really like it, I'll go on and on how much I liked it. I mean,
Nana, I just defriended you from Facebook, even though I don't have Facebook.
oh,
What did you have? What did you have? Do you remember?
It's a joke, Nana. I'm just kidding.
yeah, no, that's all good. What did I have?
Yes.
I'm trying to think of. I know I had a type of jambalaya, and then we had. You know where they have it?
Oh, I make jambalaya with jumbo raw shrimp, and with chicken breast and any sausage I can find, and then I put rice and tomatoes and onions in it and everything. It's so good, so good.
So, anyways, and there's another one that we had a big bucket, and they had crab legs, and I don't know what that's called.
Oh, it was crab legs.
No,
It
it,
was,
everything, it, no,
it
it had,
was
it had everything in it. There's a name for it where it was like
no crabs.
Blue crabs, probably.
no, I'm talking about it had everything in it. It had corn on the cob in it. It had crab meat and crab legs, and it had all kinds of stuff in a bucket. And then you poured it out, and it had everything in it. Is it a boil? Some kind of is it a
Seafood boy.
something like
Crab
you
boil,
remember-
seafood crab boil.
Do you remember what restaurant it was? No.
Oh no, that's a long time ago now. No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they did a broil, Rachel.
And I
You know
don't
what I'm saying?
but I said Bourbon Street because that's downtown. I don't even know exactly. There was a road I think off of Bourbon Street that I.
Oh man.
Yeah. What?
Yeah, she did a broil. She did a boil of
So it was no fried stuff. It was just all boiled.
The one we did different
Yeah.
meals there. We didn't eat just
Yeah.
one.
So basically you had boiled seafood with the
Yeah.
butter.
one of them.
That's what she had.
Yeah, and
Yes.
then we had jambalaya at another restaurant. Then we ate on the ship. We did the ship for the river, right?
The Natchez.
I don't know what the name of the boat was. It's been a while.
The Creole.
No, it's a boat that goes down the Mississippi River, right? The paddle boat.
Yeah, that's the Natchez.
Okay, so
Yeah,
that's what we ate.
Natchez.
Yes,
Yep.
that's what we had.
Yankees don't know.
Yeah, that's the Natchez.
Okay.
Yeah, but I wish I would have known you because I would have because sometimes you gotta go for some other like for Louisiana food, sometimes you gotta go out the city
Right.
to get
I get it because it's the same thing as if I said I know where a really good Chinese food is where I live and where I would bring you, you'd be amazed. It's really good. It's very good food.
Well, Nana, I make very good Chinese food.
With cilantro.
I really do. With no cilantro, Mike.
Well, it's got to be good then.
I told friends came by like a couple weeks ago, made some Chinese food from scratch. And it's like, oh, this is so good. And it's like, this is probably a 7 out of 10 because I really was rushed to make the food. And it's like, are you serious? And I said, yes. Oh. Yeah.
Well, that's just like we have who is that? guy, and he has a restaurant. And he's Mexican. He has a restaurant over in New Orleans, and he's like, "This is Mexican New Orleans," and I'm sitting there saying, "Dude, this is not nothing. This is not like a hole in a wall Mexican restaurant. This is like a uppity." I'm like, "That's not Mexican food. That's more Americanized Mexican food. You got to go to the hole in a wall to get good Mexican food."
Oh yeah, I know how to make good Mexican food. Good. I'm a cook. I know how to make all kinds of stuff. Yes.
Or if I want real Mexican food, all I got to do is go by my neighbor's house by the farm. He knows how to cook.
I think it would fall in the Cajun food because I know certain things, but not enough, honestly.
Yeah, like boudin. You ever tried boudin?
Nope, I haven't, and I'll look it up now.
Yeah, boudin. It's hard to make.
Well, I'll look it up, and if I can make it, well, I can make a good mix.
It's a sausage kind of.
Yeah, I don't know. I have to look it up. But I make good food, all kinds of food, Mexican, American, Cajun food. I do. You probably would love my jambalaya, man. I'm telling you.
You should have been on Master Chef.
Well, actually, yeah. No, Ramsey didn't want me there.
Who?
You know who.
Ramsey?
Yeah.
Gordon Ramsay? I love him.
I wanted to open up a restaurant myself, but I couldn't do that. But I'm pretty good.
I love Gordon Ramsay. I watch him all the time.
I'm not trained, but I'm actually cook from scratch. I know all my stuff. I love making food. I actually wanted to actually make that a career, but I don't think I could do that anymore nowadays.
Hey, you never know.
Oh well, I've had a few people that tell me that they love my food. I really want to make good food, and geez, I want to grow my
passion into it. Hey.
Well, we'll see.
People put their heart and soul into doing stuff. Could do it.
Oh well, I never had any complaints for dinner.
But it's like a hobby, right? It's just something that you like to do on the side.
Well, I've been cooking for years, and I've never had any complaints about my food. So there you go. My mother said, "You cook better than me." I was like,
"Wow." That's funny.
And I cook Cajun, American, Mexican. I do all kinds of stuff. I do enchiladas. Oh wow, I love enchiladas, tamales, stuff like that. I cook all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I cook a basic, Midwestern steak meal, with potatoes and everything else with that. Yeah, and I grow my own vegetables for most of it. So yes.
Okay.
This year, I'm growing my own tomatoes, and so I'm going to have my own, green sauce, and don't know if I want to sell it or not.
Wait, what do you
Tomatillos.
What is that?
That's the green, Mexican style of tomatoes that has the husk on it when you pull it off in the stores, and I'm going to make some salsa verde out of it. Yes.
Oh, okay.
With the little ghost peppers inside of it.
Okay.
Whoa, it's gonna be hot.
We had the purple and yellow greens earlier. I'd never seen that. The beans, the yellow beans and the purple beans.
No, I'm not putting any of that in there. Why?
No. I'm just saying when she was saying that today, I've never seen that. But like some stuff that y'all grow, I've never seen some of that stuff. I'm like, huh?
Oh yeah, the purple beans or green beans, but they're not gonna go in there. But I'm gonna make some salsa verde that's gonna be mad with what I'm growing right now. Here, it's gonna be a loving type of deal. It's gonna be hot. It's gonna be mad.
Do y'all have like Mexican stores down over there?
No, I don't really. There's only in Spokane Valley. They have a lot of Mexicans there, but it's not going to be stuff from them. It's going to be from me.
No, I was just wondering because we have a lot of Mexican stores around here. Like if we go get
With
Mexican,
Spokane Valley, yes, yeah, there's a lot of Mexicans.
and then
there.
we have Asian stores over here too.
Well, I don't have a lot of them here. I wish I did because they have a really great farmer markets type of deal like we did in Atlanta. You know, Atlanta has a whole culture thing there where you go to farmer markets and you have a great time with everything. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But not here. No. Mostly Mexican and stuff like that in Spokane Valley. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because I go to the Mexican store and go get my meat or whatever.
Oh, I know.
Fajitas, or go get the chicken and make chicken fajitas, and you know it's better meat than it's like you eating at the restaurant.
Yep. I know what you're talking about.
I mean, I don't make it as good as the restaurant, but at least I try.
Oh, I kill the restaurants around here. The restaurants around here are crap. Trust me.
Yeah, there's some Mexican restaurants we won't eat at, and they're like, I'm like a restaurant queen. I'm like, I will go to a restaurant. I know like the owner, the waitresses. They're like, oh, Rachel's here, and I'll talk to I'll talk to anybody. Me, it don't matter.
Yeah. I'm not living in Atlanta no more because you get good food there. Around here, the Chinese restaurants, Mexican restaurants, they suck. They suck rocks. You know.
Yeah, because this lady I knew, her husband, he had to go a job in Washington, and he's like when she came when she drove up or she flew or whatever, she had to bring like a little ice chest to bring food to him up there.
Yeah, everything sucks here. They don't know how to make food at all.
The restaurants are nothing like down here.
They're generic vanilla around here. I'm telling you, they don't know how to cook. It sucks. I mean, my friends came by and I made Chinese food and a little bit of Mexican food, and they're like, "Oh, this is the best we ever had." It's like they're from Denver, Colorado. It's like
they probably cook steaks and all of that stuff, huh?
No, they just don't know Mex-Tex, and they don't know any Cajun food. They don't know nothing like that. I make some of the best food in the world. I'm telling you. Yeah, not trying to get with you, just trying to, tell you what I'm saying.
I mean, you travel. That's, that's
I know how to cook. I'm a chef. I'm a chef, not a cook. And,
and you learned, huh?
Oh, yeah. My wife told her sister she got fat because of me. Thank you very much. That's the way it is.
Yeah, some people like to go in the kitchen and mix stuff up and taste different stuff, and
Oh yeah, I cook like a Cajun. I cook like a Mexican. I do whatever I want to do. I'm on top of this cooking stuff. I cook like I'm in Texas sometimes.
Yeah, Texas is for their ribs.
Oh yeah, ribs and brisket. Texas.
Yeah,
I love Texas.
That's one thing we cannot. I mean, we could do ribs in brisket, but Texas beats us.
Well, I'll tell you what. When I was a kid, I went over to the neighbor's house across the fence. We had hauled the fence across, and Maria was a great cook, and she was Mexican, and she taught me how to cook all kinds of Mexican food, and so I was happy with that. And so she blamed my cat for stealing a hot dog off the counter. But she was cool. Maria taught me how to cook a lot of Mexican food. Okay.
Yeah, because if you learn from people and
Well, we lived in Las Vegas at that time, and she was a cool person. She's like my second mother. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
So I learned how to cook Mexican food. I basically learned how to cook a lot of food from people that already know how to cook. And
Well, yeah,
so
that's how you learn.
I can fire it up and I can cook anything you want. I'm just really good at that right now. So, people don't know what good food is. And I look at these sad restaurants here in the Northwest over here in Spokane. They're just like, if I ever opened up a restaurant, people would be there day and night. But thanks to COVID, I can't open up one.
Yeah, like we have lobster down here, okay? Usually lobster would be better up north.
I got you. I got a couple lobsters in the freezer.
Like, I mean, we have lobster down here, but like usually lobster would be cooked. People usually up north by Maine and all of that.
Oh yeah, I totally love broiling crawfish, man, and just having totally on that. I love crawfish.
Yeah, like for instance, crawfish. When they have crawfish in Texas, it's nothing like the crawfish down here.
It's not like crawfish in Georgia either, because we eat a lot of that over there too, right?
Yeah, Georgia eats crawfish, and North Carolina, and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but
and you go to like go over there and just sit down and stuff like that over there. Like one of the big three.
like
what do you call it?
All you could eat buffet.
Yeah. We're saying. You know what I'm talking about? They have crawfish everywhere, and you can just sit there and eat them all day long.
Yeah, crawfish bowl.
Oh yeah.
I mean, in Georgia, their crawfish is probably they cook their crawfish different than us, though.
Well, yeah, they don't spice them up like you do over there in Louisiana.
Yeah, and then when you really get in the bayou, like in Louisiana, like I mean, I live by the bayou or whatever, but when you get like a little bit to the west of us, that's the bayou. They really cook like good jambalaya.
Oh yeah, and they spice them up so good. Yeah.
Yeah, good crawfish. And
they're spicy as hell too.
Yeah, well, sometimes it depends. I can't deal with spice. I'm not supposed to, but some people it just depends. But usually a crawfish bowl, when you get good spice, the corn is spicy, the potatoes, and then they put the onions and the garlic in there.
Oh yeah.
Some people put mushrooms in there. It just all depends.
That's what I did today with some Polish sausage. I put some shrimp. I put onions and garlic and everything else, all fresh and all the stuff. And I spiced it up and hit it with some hot sauce and everything else. It was so good. So good.
That's true. I asked, was it Passion or Misha the other day? I asked her what kind of hot sauce she had.
Yeah, Louisiana hot sauce, she said.
Yeah, what hot sauce you have, Drop?
Well, I use Texas Pete, Louisiana, or Crystals. I use either one.
Oh, you hate Crystals. Crystal is from over here.
Yeah, about Alabama, I think. Crystals is pretty popular in Alabama and Georgia, which I know.
Mhm.
And Texas Pete is pretty popular in both them too. And they're all the same to me. Oh, all I do is I add a little bit of apple cider vinegar on top of that with a little soy sauce, kick it off.
Yeah, she had Louisiana hot sauce. She's like, yeah,
Yeah, same thing.
Louisiana hot sauce.
Same thing.
Well, guys,
Louisiana hot sauce and Crystals is different, I find.
Not much, just acidity. You have to actually put a little apple cider vinegar in it. That's all.
well, I hate to do this to you, cut you off, but I've been off for almost 5 hours, so I'm.
Oh yeah. Okay.
So adios. But I'm gonna, if I have more hours tomorrow and you guys aren't doing anything, you come up talk tomorrow. Because I only get 20 hours a month, so there might be some extra hours tomorrow. I don't know. We'll see.
All right. Good night, everybody, and good night, Pop
Good
Rock.
night.
Thank you all for joining me. Thank you very
You're
much.
welcome. I got all excited. I was trying to rush home from that room to come on here.
Well,
Like
Drop
I
knows
said,
how to cook, and thank you, Mike. Much love, brother. You're cool with me and Nana and all that stuff. And I'll just explain how I cook. Okay, that's all.
Hey,
I
I'm learning
had
because
fun.
that's how I learn.
Well, I cook pretty good stuff, man. I'm telling you.
Well, you far away from me, so believe me, you can mail me.
Well, I used to live in Georgia for 20 years, so I wasn't that far away.
No, you wasn't.
And I know Cajun cooking. I know Cajun cooking big time, and people love my food and what I cook and stuff like that. And my wife blamed me for getting fat, and I was like, "You don't have to eat the shit."
All right, Nana, Mike, and Drop. I'll see y'all later. Hey, y'all have a good night. Good night,
Right.
Kristen.
Good night, Nana. Good night, Mike. Nice talking to you.
Yep. Good night.
good night.
And hey, if you want, you're around, whatever. Okay, so you disappeared.
What?
Oh, I was going to talk to Mike real quick and say, hey, if he wants to come over and meet me at my place, whatever,
Okay.
whatever.
I
He's
think
in
he can still
Worston.
hear you. Sorry, I think he can still hear you.
Yeah, he's in Worston, right?
I don't know exactly where he's in Washington, but yeah, he's still here. He just dropped out, but he's still here. I think.
I know you got to drive 2,500 miles to get to my place. Jesus.
Yeah, a little too far.
That's ridiculous. Yeah, I know. Too bad.
But thank you very much. It's been a great night. I like it. It was fun getting to talk. It's enjoyable. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I enjoy your conversations and talking with you also. And you're a great person. I love you very much.
Well, that's very sweet. And same ditto. How's that? Ditto.
Yeah, it's diddle.
Yeah. All right. Have a good one.
Can we do a dilly with the Bud Light commercials? No, not much. I'll talk to you later.
Bye.
Good night.
Have a good one.
And love talking to you, Nana. You're a very nice person. Okay.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.